so that its stations to match that of the Dangote petroleum refinery. According to reports, some retail outlets owned by the NNPC adjusted their petrol pump price to 860 naira per litre on Monday, the same rate Dangote sells at MRS filling stations in Lagos. The National Vice President of the Independent Petroleum Marketers Association of Nigeria, Hamid Fashola, confirmed the development to newsmen. Although there is no official communication from the NNPC retail yet, the company's stations in Lagos, according to reports, adjusted their pumps to 860 naira per litre from 945 naira as of Sunday, 2nd of March 2025. Moving on, the naira closed at February 2025 with an 8.5% month-on-month gain on the parallel market to settle at 1,490 naira per dollar, while closing at 1,500 per dollar on the official market, indicating a 1.7% month-on-month decline. Reports revealed that the foreign reserve dipped by 3.2% month-on-month, standing at a $8.46 billion on Thursday. Analysts say the decline can be linked to the CBN's efforts to stabilize the naira, especially through the resumption of payments of the verified portion of the outstanding $7 billion foreign exchange backlog. Still on, Modashiru Obasa has resumed as Speaker of the Lagos State House of Assembly in a dramatic turn of events, allegedly directed by President Bola Tinubu, who is also a national leader of the All Progressive Congress APC. The lawmakers who had orchestrated Obasa's removal in January accepted the resignation of Honorable Mojisola Miranda, who has also returned to her former position as Deputy Speaker. Honorable Sani Okonlawon equally resigned as Deputy Chief Whip, while Honorable Setoji David resigned as Chief Whip. David was re-elected as Deputy Chief Whip after his nomination by Honorable Kehinde Joseph, while Honorable Richard Kasumu returned as Deputy Majority Leader. In that note, Honorable Adewale Temitope retained the position of Majority Leader, with the former Deputy Speaker, Honorable Mojid Fatai, resigning and being elected as Chief Whip. To end the local news, the Federal Executive Council has approved the procurement of 2.5 billion satellite gadgets to combat illegal mining in the country. The Minister of Solid Minerals Development, Dele Alake, revealed this while briefing State House correspondents after the FEC meeting on Monday, 3rd of February. Alake says the use of technology remains an integrated solution framework to combat unlicensed, unregulated, underreported mining activities. He revealed that the deployment of technology would curb activities that had led to revenue leakages, illegal operations, and illegal extraction of exploitation of the country's minerals. On the foreign scene, the testing second round of Gaza's ceasefire remains doubtful at the moment it was meant to start. Concern is mounting that war will return to its ravaged territory, deepening the profound suffering of Palestinians and threatening the lives of the remaining hostages held by Hamas. Israel, backed by the United States, says there is a new deal after the agreement's first phase ended on Saturday, which has halted all humanitarian aid to Gaza until Hamas accepts this new version. Under the terms of agreement, 600 trucks carrying vital humanitarian aid are meant to enter Gaza daily, and huge numbers crossed across the 42 days of the first phase. Also, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth has ordered U.S. Cyber Command to halt offensive cyber operations and information operations against Russia. A U.S. official revealed that Hegseth gave the order to the head of command, Air Force General Tim Hogg, in late February, but remains unclear how long the order will last. However, senior U.S. defense officials have declined to comment on the decision due to operational security concerns. Now to sports. Fulham has condemned the abhorrent, racist and homophobic online abuse directed to defender Kevin Bassey following Sunday's FA Cup penalty shootout win at the Manchester United. Nigeria defender Bassey, who scored the opening goal at the Old Trafford, shared some examples of the unsavory abuse he had received on social media. The Premier League said in a statement that it is appalled by the abuse and that it will offer full support to Kelvin and the club. Bassey's online abuse follows recent cases involving Everton midfielder Abdoulaye Doucouré, England defender Kyle Walker, Newcastle United's Joe Willock, and Manchester United's Khadija Shaw. To end the news, Nigerian striker Victor Osimhen has called on his Galatasaray teammates to remain focused on their push for the Turkish Super League title after scoring a brace in the 3-3 draw against Kasımpaşa. Galatasaray currently top the league stands with 65 points from 20 matches, fueled by Osimhen's outstanding form at Rams Park this season. The forward's brace took his season tally to 22 goals and 5 assists in 28 matches across all competitions. However, despite his heroics, Osimhen's 2 goals were not enough to score all 3 points at the Recap Tayyip Erdogan Stadium following title rivals Fenerbahce to close the gap to just 4 points, intensifying the champion race. And these are the top headlines on BDTV this morning. Up next is the newspaper review. Stay tuned.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol.
We get from Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like savings again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, nothing from my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Hello, this is Bode Oshosami on Global Business Insights on BDTV, where we bring ideas and discussions on the business headlines.
This is a National Cable Weaver Association. Normally, we call it Cane Village. My own name is Dennis Omadide from Delta State, the chairman of National Kiowa Association in Lagos.
My name is Adebayo Olamide Sandra. I run sanora.ng on Instagram, which is a rattan business.
The production process is this is a raw material. We thank God for Nigeria because the cane we are using, not that we planted it, is from the forest. The guy came from the other states, from Edo State, even Ondo State. So we have a different body. We have a supplier. So when they come to Lagos, we buy them. So after buy them, we now do the process. How can we scrape the cane to make sure we can bring the cane to design anything needful? So that is the process of the cane. After cleaning it, you use it to work. Like you will see what is there now. After cleaning, that is why you get all these finishing work. You know, I have a lot of process. We scrape it, we tear it. After tear it, then we have to smooth it so that we can use it to design whatever that we do. And most of the things, they are in the market, you can see. Because I'm not working now, but they are finishing products. We use hand, we doesn't use machine. Well, we call it water cane. We have two types of material. We have water cane, we have willow cane. Willow. Those are the two material, the major material we use in Nigeria here. But in the best cane work in the world, Indonesia, their cane is planted, but our own is from God. So those cane, they can never finish from the forest because in as our forest exists, the cane also exists. So we, after they bring them, we buy them. When we buy them, before we can come to cane like this, when we are even in primary school, we know how to do handwork. And the handwork is from cane. Sometimes we used to tie broom. Sometimes we will do something like KG fish. So in that process, we know how to use the cane in the village. Because most of us, we are not from here. Because the majority in this place is from Delta State, 99%. So we know how to do KG fish, do handwork. When we come here, we now know that cane is so very useful for many things. So that's why we put the idea through even the white men who give us catalog. Then from there, we have been working. That is how we enter this. The challenges of this work, the place we are now, this is not the best place for the business. We want a place that we can use it as a tour. When people came, they will come and see what we are doing. But presently now, based on Lagos State, there's no new place. We need a place that we can display our market, showcase our market, so that people will know that we are operating. Because now we are under the bridge. But see yet we are still managing this place because there is no land. And we have no authority. That is why we are managing this place. But this is the center of the business for all Nigeria. This is the center. In terms of finance, even apart from the finance, we want the government to intervene on the work. Because some time ago, we wrote to, we under a ministry of, we are under the ministry. So they promised us that they will give us a better place. And after that place, when we even work, they can export the work to another country so that they will not say that our youths are not working. So even students will train them. Those in university, we have a lot of graduates here anyway. Some people they are blood now from this work. Wow. We have at least less than 3 people are doing their master in the US from here. So we want the government to teach us more because they know better than us. We are not trying to operate on our own. But by the time they put their knowledge on the work, I think we expand more better way for Nigeria.
You can use rattan for literally anything. I always tell anybody that you can use rattan for literally anything. You can use rattan to make a standing fan. I'm not kidding. You can use rattan to make vases. You can use rattan for your interior decoration. You can use rattan for your event decoration. I mean, look at beautiful traditional weddings. Have you seen what makes them beautiful? Rattan, you guys, raffia products, right? So yes, you can use raffia products for mirrors. You can use raffia products. You can use raffia products in hotels. You can use raffia products for consoles, TV consoles. You can use them for mats. You can use rattan product for literally anything. You can use them for chair. I wish my rattan chair was here that I could see that one. Gosh, you can use rattan for that as well. You can use rattan for literally anything. Yeah.
Customer is not coming, but based on the online, we are selling. After you provide, you deliver, they pay your money. And we are not the people that will collect money for someone and will not do the job. And that's why we have a leader. So if anyone does such, we'll cut it. I think we brought it to book. Those are the online markets and those that do the events. They are really promoting us. That's why we are still sustaining for now. Raffia is made by goats. We have two types anyway. We have rattan, we have cane, we have another one, but all the name is under rattan. One is rubber, okay. One is cane, one is glass. It's like a leaves. So those are the three major things we really use here. But the best one is cane. It's from God. Even the other one that is leaves, it's not as last as cane, but it's beauty. It's fine. You can see this one now. This is rubber.
Okay.
Can
I?
Yes. They brought this one from like this one. This one you see now. This is rubber, but we call it rattan. Okay. They export this to come, and it's very expensive. It's not like cane, but it does not last as cane. When you see that, you like it. But
it's fine.
Yes. But even though we can use cane to do it, then the only thing we will now spray to this milk color. We can use cane. We can now spray to this color. And why this cane? When we started this work, when those white people that are coming, we didn't know that they are taking the measurement of our cane. They take it from here, and we don't know. They begin to start to produce this long ago, and it is we that doing it now. When they came to Nigeria before, we learn work from them, but we tell that you cannot come to our country, they will learn work from you, and that's why we take over the business.
Top 5 countries where Nigerians can study abroad without English test. Before recent changes, international students aiming to study in top institutions in the USA, UK, Canada, and Australia needed English proficiency test scores like IELTS, TOEFL, or PTE for admission and visas. Here are 5 countries where Nigerians can study abroad without English tests. Number 1, Germany. Germany's education system offers affordable tuition fees. Nigerians interested in studying there often ask if they need an IELTS test. The good news is, many German universities now accept students without IELTS. They require a proof of English proficiency through specific documents for admission and visa applications. Number 2, Norway. Norwegian higher education offers top academics and teaching methods. It includes all accredited institutions and programs. English is widely spoken in universities, and Nigerian students can study in Norway without IELTS with the senior school certificate from 1988. Number 3, France. Studying in France is a dream for Nigerian students due to its high-quality education. France is a top global destination for studying abroad, but language tests like IELTS or TOEFL can be a challenge for many international students. Number 4, Austria. Many Austrian universities offer alternatives for the IELTS for English proficiency, such as interviews or previous education in English. Nigerians with a strong WAEC or NECO English results can benefit from these options for studying in Austria. Number 5, Singapore. Singapore's diverse population creates a culturally rich environment. It's welcoming for those from different backgrounds to study or work. Singapore offers quality education, career opportunities, modern infrastructure, and affordable education costs, making it a top choice for international students. Nigerian students can study in Singapore without needing an IELTS score for university admission. To read on these and more, visit www.businessday.ng. Follow us on all social media platforms at BusinessDayNG. Business Day, news you can trust. This is the Craftsmanship Chronicles series on Go Local, and on this episode, our focus is on wood, trees in our hood. Kemi Michael here, your Yoruba named Akwa Ibom girl, welcoming you to Go Local. Now, Go Local is a podcast where we delve deeply and explore our nation's local uniqueness. Go local, buy local, and together we stay global. As we get into it, do also grab a cup of your favorite drink and a snack you would love to munch on. Oh, and make sure to make it a Nigerian snack and get ready for an amazing ride. Since humans first realized they could make use of the materials they found in the vicinity, wood has been used and altered by us. People eventually learned about the special qualities of wood as they utilized it to satisfy a wide range of human requirements in peace and conflict, farming, and industry. Throughout history, trees and their wood have been essential to human existence. Since ancient times, wood has been one of our most vital building elements, used for construction as well as for production of tools, weapons, and furniture. Wood has historically played a key role in a lot of areas, and we Nigerians are part of that history. For this episode, I went to the Itamaga sawmill in the Ikorodu area of Lagos State, where I was able to speak with the General Secretary of the sawmill.
My name is Alhaji Kabiru Adegboyega Ibrahim, and this is Sogidowo sawmill Itamaga. So I'm the secretary to the association, General Secretary to the association, Sogidowo Plant Marketers Association of Nigeria.
Here in Nigeria and around the world, we have several uses of wood, such as agricultural purposes, for making musical instruments, for carving religious figurines, to create household furniture, for casket production, for fortification, as well as for source of energy supply, for example, our firewood and general logs for fireplaces. The wood production in Nigeria has specific process, and I will leave the explaining for the experts.
The woods normally come in 2x6. That is for roofing. So when they buy to the, like the ones you are looking there now, and it's 2x6. So when they bring it here, if you want to saw it, you saw into 2x4, 2x3, 2x2. Those are the.
Welcome back. This is the newspaper review segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show, and today we'll be reviewing our dailies. And with me, I have our in-house analyst, Mr. Mohammed Akonji, to look through the newspapers.
Good morning, Inoma. How are you doing?
I'm fine.
It's my pleasure to be here to do this with you this morning.
Welcome back.
Thank you very much for having me.
How was your How was your night?
Oh, it was good. Fasting has started, so perhaps I woke up usual than normal, from around 4 a.m. and then from there, have the pre-morning, the early morning meal, the pre-dawn meal. Maybe step out of the house and then to the office I come. The weather is actually a little bit better this morning because I remember yesterday, if you are within Ajax, for example, there's this very long queue around Ikate MRS. So maybe because of NNPC, I'm sure you're going to be able to talk about that today.
Yes, we are.
And then I look at that this morning, and that queue, was a bit down because I know the kind of traffic it caused yesterday. Also, I think the global space too has been awash with a whole lot of, important news. Trump's tariff kicks off today.
Yes.
I'm sure maybe you have read that in the news, So to Canada, Mexico, and but of course, it's expected that there will be retaliatory measures. So trade war, likely looms between, across these 4 countries, US, Mexico, Canada, and China, takes effect. And then the other thing I think it did that I woke up to this morning was the fact that, just like he did for USAID, he has paused funding aid to Ukraine. Maybe it's a fallout of what happened over on Friday at the Oval House, at the Oval Office. So, but the aid has been paused to Ukraine now. So how they will be able to survive, in their onslaught or in their fight against Russia is another thing that we need to. Maybe Europe will have to come to their aid now because the largest funder, the biggest donor to Ukraine in terms of actually prosecuting the war against the Russians is actually from US. So with that announcement this morning, let's see how they will be able to survive.
Anyways, let's bring it back home. Let's see what's
take it back home and look at the papers.
Let's see what's making the headlines here. So we are starting with Business Day, and the big story on our front page is price war rages as NNPC matches Dangote's 860 naira per liter. I think this is also one of the reasons why the traffic was just like, I don't know, it was a bit
characteristics today.
Yes, because
a bit better today. I don't know.
It felt like it wasn't Lagos. That's how it felt this morning for me.
So that's what I'm saying. Because I look at, in fact, I left home yesterday because fine. I usually leave home around 5. But yesterday I left 6 o'clock, and I was still thinking I'll be able to get to office before 8 o'clock. But it was unfortunate. I think I got down here around 9 o'clock, and the reason was the long queues. So the long queues in MRS and Aden. There are 2 of those. I really had no Adova, but along our axis, Aden and MRS. So the queues were very long. MRS had, people just zoom in, just breeze in and buy as I yesterday. It's what I was even thinking, because there was a report, no one confirmed yet, that our NNPC very close to us here is actually the largest in Lagos. So you normally, there is no day where they'll not be able to have fuel. And then when there are issues, in fuel stations, you will see the long queues. They'll always be able to inundate this place. But in the last 1 week, the place just looked a bit deserted, just looked like a ghost of itself. Maybe people have actually churned away from there, and then looking for cheap petrols here and there. So I think maybe that is he. But the next question there is, Nigerians are actually happy about it, but at the same time, there are concerns that maybe price war is about to start.
Yes. Also, the petrol importers are losing as
landing cost now is about 969 per liter. So those that are importing now, that's exactly what some analysts are actually considering could be an anti-competitive strategy, or what in economics we call interdependent oligopoly. Just few marketers or few producers will just be able to dominate the market and then push off other competitors, determine the market. And in fact, even if not careful, they'll push off or push out other marketers or other sellers who cannot be able to compete favorably when it comes to pricing. So what I'm saying is, those that are importing, the landing cost, even to land it, not even now talk about before you take it to your respective depot to sell, is 969 naira. It used to be 970, 969 naira. So at 969 naira per liter, there is no way you can compete at 860. So for you to even import it, your cost of production is already 960. And then the going price, at the pump has become 869. So they're already at a loss. So if you're not careful, if that trend continues, they will definitely be pushed out of the market. And that's one of the things. But NNPC, because they're also feeling the impact. Since Dangote did that last week, the announcement by Mr. Dangote has actually been able to send a very shock wave down the spine of NNPC as well to see how they are going to react. So in matching up with Dangote saying, okay, we're also going to sell 860 naira in Lagos. Of course, 865 in Abuja, but and then 870 in the north.
But what about the south? I saw that the price is actually much more higher in the south.
Yes. So you know, I think NNPC now the price they've not released an official statement yet from NNPC. Okay. Official statement, but in Lagos, I confirmed to this morning. I confirmed the NNPC around here, and on the pump on the dashboard it's 860. Okay. I tried to look for the official release from NNPC. Or like when Dangote did his, you know, there was an official release that okay, there is this amount, 65 naira will actually be taken off on the ex depot price, and then at the pump will become 869. So he's selling it. Dangote is selling, for example, to marketers at the rate of 825. Okay. So that they can sell at the pump at 860. So there was an official release to that effect. NNPC, we haven't seen that yet, but most of the stations, the one here and the one around Ajay, I saw it this morning, they had 860 naira. But somebody said in Abuja, when I spoke to a friend in Abuja, Abuja is 865. Okay. Then in the south, they said it is 870. But it's more expensive in the north, where it's I think 877 naira. Right. So I bet, remember, the major problem, the major cause of those is because of transportation. So Lagos is actually closer here, closer to the sea. So even when they import it, they import down here. So before those trucks, they have to be able to factor in those transportation costs to move from Lagos to those places. Yes. So the farther it is from Lagos, the more expensive it is likely going to be. So I think maybe that was what explained that. But analysts were actually worried that this price war could trigger anti-competitive strategies, anti-competitive policies where the market will just gravitate towards two dominant players. Two dominant if you're not careful. Yes. So maybe not really a monopoly, but maybe we're talking about two dominant players that are actually be able to hold the whole market to ransom. In fact, one of the things that I was speaking to Mr. Umi Lebari, as one of the experts, an energy expert who I heard yesterday, was actually saying something, and I put that here. So he was criticizing the PMS wholesale market, this market here, and they're describing it in terms of being anti-competitive. So he was saying by having the two dominant players, because market efficiency, the efficiency of the market is not only about lower prices, it's to ensure that, the efficiency of the market is not really about prices alone, but about sustainability. Because what I mean by sustainability is if these two dominant players succeeded in pushing out the other players, and eventually the market just remains the two of them, that means they could be at liberty to do anything about pricing. Yes. So if you don't allow competitors, if you think like if you cannot compete, go. If you don't allow that to happen, and then you give them that power, that dominance in the market, the resultant effect is you will definitely be playing into their hands to allow them to be able to determine the price, and that may not be beneficial to all Nigerians in the long run. So it's a good thing. I saw Petron this morning, Dr. Billy Gilizari, Petron, the Petrol Retail Association, people that are selling, the retail owners, the retail outlets, were actually happy about it. The fact that, okay, they're actually able to, at their gantries, where they load the petrol, they're getting it at cheaper rates. Okay, let's not dwell only on that, because we also have other stories. We have how Nigeria can sustain where Naira rally. Yes, so what are your thoughts on this? Of course. So, a lot of people, exchange rate has remained a bit stable. I'm talking about Naira to the dollars, and even Naira to the pound, and even against other major currencies. So that stability since the turn of the year, we've seen that. And in fact, I think towards the last week of February, Naira gained, the February it even closed at about 1,400 for the first time in a long while. Yeah. The market closed at around 1,490. And then even this week now, it has actually been able to start on that pedestal. But strategy that we need to be able to sustain it, to me, I feel like two important things actually needed to ensure that, one, the strategy that the central bank is using, the EFEM, they need to be able to sustain that, because that entrenches transparency and integrity. Okay. So it's a willing buyer, willing seller platform. So it's an electronic foreign exchange matching system. So it allows the buyers and the sellers to be able to match, and then you have a full glare of what is available. It's like saying, this is what I want to sell, the whole amount. This is what I'm willing to buy. And then the central bank acts like a middleman to ensure that that takes place. So that also allows the black market to be able to close in, you know, in terms of having this wider gap between the black market and the private market. But another thing that needs to be done, of course, is to ensure that our OPEC quota, our oil production, because the major source of those foreign revenue earnings is actually from oil. So the need to meet up that budget assumption that was signed by the president on Friday, the 2.01 billion barrels. We have not seen, I did not check OPEC quotas yet, but now we're hovering around 1.6, 1.7 million. So the more of that we can produce, the more we can be able to get foreign exchange. And that will allow us to be able to have, you know, a hang of the market, of the exchange rate.
Okay, so system. MTN, the next story is that MTN eyes 1.34 trillion naira from tariff hike.
Okay. So I'm sure our analysts here, maybe that's the entire right, who must have done the story.
I think it was Deepwood that did
the story. Yes. Okay. So but what I'm just saying there is, with the new agreement between the regulators and the telecom providers, that 35% increase, you know, in voice and data calls should be effected. I'm not sure whether they have started it already, because I bought data yesterday. I've not checked this morning. But they have implemented 50%, whether they will go back to that. 35. But even at the present 35%, they're expected to be a lot of windfall money that MTN, you look at just MTN alone. And I'm sure because they are more or less like a market leader in that space.
Yes,
so the amount they are likely going to be able to rake in, you know, from data purchases, from voice calls, airtime that people are buying, is going to be able to rise to the tune of that, you know, by the time they do that. So maybe that would be a good thing, but it's the impact that is actually having on average Nigerians who are actually complaining about the excessive costs, you know, of
data and
this data and this product that they are buying.
Okay, so let's move to, we have a political topic here, and it's mixed reactions trail Obasa's return as Lagos Assembly Speaker. So I don't know what your take is on this one, because
I mean that dominated the space in the last
since last weekend.
So maybe we've seen there were important feelers coming out from most of the gladiators, the players that are involved, in terms of maybe have we seen the end of this crisis, or is it just the beginning of another, you know, another political calculus, political permutations to happen? But what we witnessed yesterday was that the two leaders, the two speakers, the embattled, the one that was sacked, Mr. Mudashiru Obasa, and the one that was sworn in on the January 13th, Madam Mojisola Miranda, were summoned by the Governance Advisory Council, which is like the highest political decision-making organ in Lagos. And then they spoke to them. And then by 11 a.m. in the morning, we saw they all return back to the house. And the woman read her resignation letter. Whether she was forced there, we don't know. But she read that, okay, she's resigning in the interest of peace, and to be able to, you know, be able to ensure the smooth running of democracy in the house. Then the house re-elected. So the
same house that impeached him,
re-elected him again. I'm talking about him, Mr. Obasana. After the announcement that, okay, I'm resigning, they re-elected him, and they re-elected Madam Mojisola as well as the deputy speaker. While the other deputy speaker that were there, they were actually all of the elected presiding officers, those that were elected on the 13th of January, you know, all of them resigned en bloc. So whatever the governing council said, but if you see, I'm sure another paper said it was the mediation council led by Baba Konde that was sent from Aso Rock that actually forced out. Whether that is the case, but the tone in the statement read by the woman, you know, left a lot to be desired. You know,
okay, let's move to other dailies. We'll be looking at the Punch, and the big story on the Punch is how Akonde. In fact, it's literally what we were just talking about. I think it's all over the national dailies.
Of course,
today.
It will be everywhere today.
So
it's what should be emblazoned on all the papers.
Yes. So that's uncertainty surrounds assembly leadership as APC and GAC members allay fears.
Of course, because the calls to them were saying, because there was a report that was flying around at the time that what the GAC, what they came 3 weeks ago, I think they were here 3 weeks ago, was that the Mojisola will resign, this man will step back in, they will to now resign, then both of them will be made to resign, and then they will bring in a new speaker that will be able to actually come from Lagos. You know, those were there were a lot of permutations. But yesterday, most of them were saying there was nothing like that, because this man immediately he presided over the house. He what's it called? He adjourned the house indefinitely. He adjourned sitting indefinitely. So that doesn't seem like he's going to resign anytime soon. With the feelers that we heard from that he's going to resign all this.
Yes. Anyways, let's look at other stories that are on the punch. We have Rivers budget. Fubara Assembly set for fresh showdown. Government alerts supporters. So another story is Ramadan. Kebbi, Bauchi, Kano, Rebuff, Can says schools remains closed. Does this mean that the schools around these areas are not in session? I'm glad. That's what,
of course. So it was declared those 5 states: Kano, Kebbi, Bauchi, and Katsina. You know, so Ramadan started on Saturday, and then they declared 5-week break to allow students to fast. So private school owners, proprietors of private schools, wrote a letter that this is actually not going to go down well with them, and so those back and forth has been there between the government. And then, so the government of Bauchi and Kano declared that both private and public schools should be shut down for 5 weeks.
But while other states are their students out of schools as well, or this is just for this?
It's just for these states.
Just these three
states that declared it. But remember, it's a government pronouncement. So the government house that said all schools should be shut down. But I think all that we talk about is the case of the Rivers State. Sorry if I can't be able to just chime in into that, because I mean remember we've known that is another theater of crisis every now and then that you always be able to hear.
Something from
the judgment on Friday changed the dynamics. You can even see Mr. Wike dancing, go to church to say yes. At least more or less like as if I've seen the head of my enemy.
Mr. Wike is quite a character.
So yesterday when the house convened, they gave him 48 hours. The 24 lawmakers that were eventually reinstated by the Supreme Court. So gave Mr. Fubara 48 hours. The house was actually led by Martin Ameole. So they said they gave him 48 hours to represent the 2025 budget. Don't forget, this budget has been signed. They started implementation already.
This is March.
This is March already. So he has presented the budget to the 4 house panel, the 4-member house, because the other 4 members that were loyal to him were the ones. So the remaining 27 lawmakers were the ones that said that budget is an anomaly, is an illegality. He has to represent it to them again for them to now be able to deliberate over it and pass it as a bill. So they gave him 48 hours, whether that would be the case. And then immediately that happened, the governor went to church as well to say it's not the only thing that can likely happen to him is to leave office. Leaving office does not mean that he's going to leave the earth. So he would rather, because he knows anything can happen. I know where it's going, they would likely be able to initiate impeachment proceeding against him. And his issue is also seeing the writing on the wall. It might likely be impeached or something.
Okay. Another one is on the punch. We still have federal government, NNPCL, work out 7.7 trillion fuel subsidy debt payments. Also, we have FEC approves 734 billion naira for Oyo Obonosho roads and others. And then we also have NNPCL stations have reduced, which is this is like we just spoke on. I think it's just all over the place. And then we have residents lament as Disco plunges Lagos Air Force Base into a 12-day blackout.
Okay, federal government. Okay, I didn't get that. Yes. But I think you want to talk about this anyway. Maybe.
And then we have the federal government avoiding confrontation with governors over mining sites.
Avoiding confrontation over mining sites.
And then we'll look at Vanguard. And in Vanguard, we have it's still the reverse crisis.
Okay, I'm not scared of anything.
He says,
I think the man is scared.
says, I'm
what
not
what
scared
I listened to his voice yesterday.
of anything.
No, man, that man is scared. What I can see is countenance.
Yeah.
You will see element of you know,
fear.
it's more or less a fear in him, riddled over him.
Yeah.
You know, and that's why he just mentioned at least. The only thing they will say is for me to leave office. Leaving office does not mean I'm going to leave the earth. And I'm sure you'll be able to mention that as riders, right?
Well,
so it's the worst that can happen.
Is leaving the office. He assures of government's victory in ongoing crisis. Anyways, let's look at the showstopper for today, which is our cartoon of the day on the Business Day. We always have interesting cartoons and caricatures. And on today, it's tagged allegedly. So this word has been making rounds on social media. I don't think that I've heard this word being used so much.
That the way it has actually been used
everywhere. It's like someone would just type on their WhatsApp allegedly. So you're right here. We have
Natasha.
That's Senate President. I don't know if that is her, but it's a caricature that looks like her.
Like her.
And then we have a caricature of a woman and a caricature of a man undressed, tying, I think, what looks like a towel with a cap on his head. And behind him is what looks like the National Assembly. It's kind of like she has this bubble of thought and she's running, whoever it is running away from the man.
Okay, so I mean, it's first of all, two things. Allegedly, maybe the word, because in fact, you know, if it's actually been used in journalistic parlance, in journalistic tropes, but immediately, Two-Face Idibia, when the issue happened between him and Annie, you know, and he said most of you that always be able to go online and say allegedly, you don't know people always be able to hide under that and say allegedly, of course. So by the time you be able to hold them to say, why are you saying what you don't know? They'll just say, oh, allegedly this is what happened. Exactly. So, but this is actually not unconnected to the latest outbursts and the latest revelation by the Kogi Central Senator, Madam Natasha Akpoti-Oduaghan, about the Senate President. And that has, you know, and then the issue there have been like, okay, he's trying to be able to get down because he's actually making all attempts, you know, to sexually harass or sexually be able to get down with her, and which she has vehemently rejected. Whether that is the case, in fact, the Senate's spokesperson was virtually, most of the media houses yesterday to say there is no petition to that effect. But they were asking that what this woman said on Arise TV on Friday, has the Senate considered to be able to look into it. But what we are really asking for is maybe an investigation should be carried out into it.
An investigation should be carried out because
whether truly those allegations were really true.
I also would like if the Senate President himself said something, because he's been
his wife. In fact, was his wife.
I don't think that.
But the wife, you see what happened in
I don't think that we need the wife. We need him.
The wife has even charged her to court yesterday.
Something.
Though the wife of the Senate President took her to court. Akwa Ibom women were all over the streets in Uyo yesterday, protesting seriously against Natasha.
I understand.
You understand? And
but
then,
who the person, the prime
suspect involved here
has
needs to
not
speak
said
out
anything.
himself.
It's just like someone coming to speak for me. They can't defend. According to the story, the wife was not there, and the Akwa Ibom women on the streets were not there as well. So I think that you should come out and say,
but what I'm saying
this is true or this is
sometimes
not
all of them. Okay, look, for example, just on a very short note, look at Lagos State. The crisis in the Lagos House of Assembly. The governor hasn't come out to say anything. For example, I don't know whether that's strategy they're adopting now.
I don't think it's the governor. I don't think it involves him heavily.
But he does. You know what I'm saying?
It does involve him, but he's not.
Because he needed to be able to pass through. Most of his policy, we have to be able to pass through the Lagos House of Assembly. I'm just saying, maybe these are strategies all of them are using to just remain silent, and they're just trying to say that maybe and then boil over, and then maybe that's one other strategy they just adopted, that instead of actually be able to give it some dignifying, because some of them will say that my response will just seem as if I'm dignifying what we're saying, but I will just be able to maintain my silence, which sometimes is actually considered golden.
Okay. No problem if that is the case. And we could go on and on, and you know, in dissecting these stories this morning. But this is where we're going to bring it to a wrap this morning on the newspaper review segment of the BDTV Breakfast Show. Thank you so much for joining us. I am Norma Ogona.
Thank you very much for having me. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure doing this with you.
Thank you so much. Okay, we'll just stay tuned. We're going to see you for the big story.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get away from Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like savings again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Hello, this is Bode Oshosami on Global Business Insights on BDTV, where we bring ideas and discussions on the business headlines.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Someone like me, they say Jackpa and Jackpada. I say let people Jackpa because guess what? They will Jackpada. When I left here over 30-something years ago, I left here very sad and I thought I was running away. Because I was just a young doctor, I didn't see any hope. Well, after doing everything I did, I've practiced medicine over 25, 26 years in private practice. I've gotten involved in all kinds of businesses in the United States. Guess where I am? You know, Saglev is an electric vehicle manufacturer. We're actually a US company. Our principals actually manufacture vehicles in the US, but the Saglev Electromobility Nigeria Limited is our Nigerian subsidiary, just like we have a subsidiary in Ghana, Cote d'Ivoire, and then soon in South Africa. All of these countries will have their own assembly plants. That's the plan, where we assemble in every of this market. Already, we've been testing vehicles in Nigeria and Ghana. We've been collecting data from rideshare drivers, fleet drivers. We've been literally paying drivers to submit their data to us. How much do you make? How much gas do you buy? How we are tracking their vehicles, seeing their distance. So the research and data collection part has been going on probably a year and a half, same thing in Ghana. At this point, developing an assembly plant in Nigeria. There is also an assembly plant in development for Accra, Ghana. It's going to be in Tema. The other activity, to fully answer your question, is we are already training and recruiting electric vehicle technicians. So that is going on. As a matter of fact, we just hired 16 or 18 of them. They are getting ready to start their online training, then they will go to classroom, and then they will go to practical training. So that's where we are in summary. Challenges, interestingly, because Nigeria is a country that has, so to speak, experienced a lot of trauma relating to electricity. You find out that the average Nigerian person all through the first question is power, right? But that has not been our experience, and we can talk more about that. So power could be a challenge, but power is very much a perceived problem. The other challenges we've had is that this is just a new product. 90% of what our company does is to actually educate people, because so many people don't even understand that they are perfect electric vehicle consumers, customers. So that is there. This is a novel product. So some of the other challenges are just, again, the charging network. Even though we are an automotive manufacturer, we have to reluctantly get involved in developing charging. It's just like being Peugeot or any automotive manufacturer, and all of a sudden you find yourself developing gas stations. Foreign exchange rate, we find ourselves in a challenging economic condition. But the way I like to tell people is that Saglev is actually a solution to that. So the fact that we understand that we bring in factors that actually help you to maneuver, around the economy is very encouraging to us. So, the challenges are there, but those are some of the main challenges. The data is surprisingly encouraging because that is why you actually go somewhere and you collect the data. You can't just sit back and say, oh, this is what I think the data is. But the data is very surprisingly interesting. I want to tell you, when we first started talking about coming to West Africa, while gasoline was 180, 140 at some point a liter here, Naira, gasoline was 850 Naira a liter in Ghana, same in Cote d'Ivoire. So for you to sell an electric vehicle in Nigeria, it was not economically really viable. You can't make the economic case easily. But that has changed. A gallon is what, 617 now? So the story is different. And all of a sudden, and that actually led us to understanding that we have to fast track our plans. A rideshare driver that uses the smallest available vehicle on the road is spending 9,000 Naira a day on petrol. If you are saying a Toyota Corolla, Toyota Camry, Honda Accord, now you are looking at anywhere 17, 18, 19, 20,000 Naira. Now, if your car is even older, then you're spending more because an older vehicle, an older motor burns more gasoline. Now, that is compared to an electric vehicle, which that smallest vehicle, some of the examples I will show you here today, it costs for 300 kilometers of distance, it costs less than 3,000 Naira to charge it. That is such a big of an electric vehicle. It's not what people think it is, because the average electric vehicle will cost you 50 to 60% less in maintenance cost if you just take the first 4 years of the vehicle, talk less of down the line. An internal combustion engine vehicle will keep costing you more. An electric vehicle has much less moving parts. There's no transmission, there's no kickstarter, there's no crankshaft, there's no oil, there's no moving parts. It's just a battery and a transmission. Surprisingly interesting. We've always thought that this would be possible. I've driven electric vehicles in the US since 2013. I drove one of the first Teslas ever manufactured. And I've always wondered, why is it that in Africa, in Nigeria, we don't drive more EVs? But a lot of it is education. So that's why I say we have to educate people. What we think is impossible is actually possible. Now, what the data tells you is a little bit scary, because what it tells you is that between 50 to 70% of Nigerians are actually potential electric vehicle customers. Listen, SAGLEV wants other people to manufacture electric vehicles in Nigeria. So it's not if you are able to invest in EV manufacturing, we don't mind you coming on board and saying, hey, listen, I want to do this. This is a country of 200 million. Listen, SAGLEV is not going to satisfy that market. I can assure you of that. We just want to make sure that people get the benefits of electric vehicles. And it's not just in personal vehicles, all the way to last mile transportation, all the way to even trucking, public transportation, Uber, because you want to attack the highest offender, which is public and mass transportation.
This is a National Cane Weaver Association. Normally, we call it Cane Village. My own name is Dennis Omadide from Delta State, the chairman of National Cane Weaver Association in Lagos.
My name is Adebayo Olamide Sandra. I run sanora.ng on Instagram, which is a rattan business.
The production process is, this is a raw material. We thank God for Nigeria because the cane we are using, not that we planted it, is from the forest. The guy came from the other state, from Edo State, even Ondo State. So we have a different body, we have a supplier. So when they come to Lagos, we buy them. So after buy them, we now do the process. How can we scrape the cane to make sure we can bring the cane to design anything needful? So that is the process of the cane. After that, you use it to work. Like you will see what is there now. After painting, that is why you get all these finishings work. You know, I have a lot of process. We scrape it, we tear it. After tear it, then we have to smooth it so that we can use it to design whatever that we do. And most of the things, they are in the market, you can see. Because I'm not working now, but they are finishing products. We use hand, we doesn't use machine. Well, we call it water cane. We have two types of material. We have water cane, we have willow cane. Willow. Those are the two material, the major material we use in Nigeria here. But in the best cane work in the world, Indonesia, their cane is planted, but our own is from God. So those cane, they can never finish from the forest because in as far forest exists, the cane also exists. So we, after they bring them, we buy them. When we buy them, before we can come to cane like this, when we are even in primary school, we know how to do handwork. And the handwork is from cane. Sometimes we used to tie broom. Sometimes we will do something like cagey fish. So in that process, we know how to use the cane in the village. Because most of all, we are not from here. Because the majority in this place is from Delta State, 99%. So we know how to do cagey fish, do handwork. When we come here, we now know that cane is so very useful for many things. So that's why we put the idea through even the white men who give us catalog. Then from there, we have been working. That is how we enter this. The challenges of this work, the place we are now, this is not the best place for the business. We want a place that we can use it as a tour. When people came, they will come and see what we are doing. But presently now, based on Lagos State, there's no place. We need a place that we can display our market, showcase our market, so that people will know that we are operating because now we are under the bridge. But still yet we are still managing this place because there is no land and we have no authority. That is why we are managing this place. But this is the center of the business for all Nigeria. This is the center. In terms of finance, even apart from the finance, we want the government to intervene on the work. Because some times ago, we wrote to, we under a ministry of, we are under the ministry. So they promised us that they will give us a better place. And after that place, when we even work, they can export the work to another country so that they will not say that our youths are not working. So even students will betray them. Those in university, we have a lot of graduates here anyway. Some people they are abroad now from this work. Wow. We have at least less than 3 people are doing their master in the US from here. So we want the government to teach us more because they know better than us. We are only trying to operate on our own. But by the time they put their knowledge on the work, I think we expand more better way for Nigeria.
You can use rattan for literally anything. I always tell anybody that you can use rattan for literally anything. You can use rattan to make a standing fan. I'm not kidding. You can use rattan to make vases. You can use rattan you know, for your interior decoration. You can use rattan for your event decoration. I mean, look at beautiful traditional weddings. Have you seen what makes them beautiful? Rattan, you guys, raffia products, right? So yes, you can use raffia products for mirrors. You can use raffia products. You can use raffia products in hotels. You can use raffia products for consoles, TV consoles. You can use them for mats. You can use rattan product for literally anything. You can use them for chair. I wish my rattan chair was here that I could see that one. Gosh, you can use rattan for that as well. You can use rattan for literally anything. Yeah.
Customer is not coming, but based on the online, we are selling. After you produce, you deliver, they pay your money. And we are not the people that will collect money for someone and will not.
This is the Business Day television broadcast.
Hello and welcome to the Big Story segment here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. This is where we discuss key issues shaping our nation and our economy at large. My name is Elizabeth Musa, and today we'll be exploring Trump-Zelensky's part and its implications for Nigeria and Africa. We'll be exploring what the controversy could mean for the country and the continent. So, days after President Donald Trump of the United States had a heated argument with President Volodymyr Zelensky of Ukraine at the Oval Office in Washington on how to end the ongoing war between Russia and Ukraine, the dust raised has yet to settle. The undiplomatic showing between the two leaders has sparked global reactions, while top U.S. officials are said to be piling heat on Zelensky, suggesting he may need to relinquish power after more European nations have rallied around the Ukrainian leader, promising more moral and financial support to defend his country against Putin's aggression, while at the same time seeking better diplomatic ways to end the devastating war. The contrast highlights the most damaging split in the Western Alliance, at least since the Berlin Wall fall, and bolstered a sense that the free world has been pushed to the brink of fracturing early in President Donald Trump's new term. But what in a world that has become a hamlet with occurrences in one part having far-reaching implications for others, many are asking, where does this impasse leave Nigeria and Africa? To help us dig into this complicated situation, we are being joined by Collins Nweke. Collins Nweke is a former Green Councillor at Austin City Council, Belgium, where he served 3 consecutive terms until December 2024. He is a fellow of both the Chartered Institute of Public Management of Nigeria and the Institute of Management Consultant. He is also a distinguished fellow of the International Association of Research Scholars and Administrators, where he serves in its governing council. It joins us from Brussels, Belgium. Welcome to the show, Collins.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Thank you very much for having me.
It's good to see you this morning.
Always a pleasure. Thank you so much.
Right. So let me start by asking you, when you saw the video of the meeting between Trump and Zelensky at the Oval Office in Washington, what exactly crossed your mind? It was more like a boss talking to a subordinate and the subordinate trying to stand his ground. What did you make of that entire situation?
Well, on the part of Donald Trump, nothing could surprise us anymore. I mean, it is now very well known that he is quite an unorthodox, very unconventional politician. We also know that he's a very, very transactional individual. And in the meantime, I mean, from his first term in office and now his second coming, we have known that bilateralism and multilateralism are, not quite in his political books. Whereas, transaction politics, but also reciprocity are the sort of things that actually dominate his thinking. So it was not a surprise that he was doing the best he could to shove a deal in the face of Zelensky, and Zelensky's hesitation to actually accept the deal, rather, seeking for, a lasting peace for his country, was something that, quite a lot of people have praised. So it wasn't quite a surprise, but we also know in the time being that, Zelensky is a very, very resilient leader whose, the interest of his country is uppermost in his heart, and that he would do anything at all to defend the interest of Ukraine. Now, some have questioned them, whether he was rational enough to have, confronted Donald Trump in the manner that he did. But ultimately, it is what it is. And, he acted, in the best interest of his country. And Donald Trump, you have to give him that as well. That's who he is. And he believes that he is also acting in the best interest of the United States of America.
Right, and the meeting has sparked pro-Ukraine protests in the United States, with many people condemning the way that President Trump and his team treated Volodymyr Zelensky. Looking at this diplomatically, what will you say went wrong?
Well, what went wrong essentially is that we saw two politicians that are heady in character, heady in terms of, actually being politically stubborn. Both of them appear to lack tact. And so, that was really a coalition cause, because there are many ways to deal with this. You will recall, Elizabeth, that, a couple of days before Zelensky showed up in the Oval Office, Donald Trump hosted, Emmanuel Macron of France, but also the next day or shortly thereafter, he hosted the Prime Minister of Britain, Keir Starmer. Now, there was hardly, apart from the name calling, okay, there were hardly any lies that Donald Trump told in the face of Zelensky that he didn't tell in the face of those two other leaders. But you saw how they handled it, diplomatically, but also sometimes quite ambiguously, and other times, totally ignoring him. Now, in the case of Keir Starmer, he actually started off massaging Donald Trump's ego, by bringing out, a letter handwritten by the King of England, inviting him for a state visit. So those are the sort of tact people deploy to get people like, Trump on their side. But Zelensky is not a cut of such wood. And so he showed himself, and, right now, everything is in the court of global opinion. We have seen so far that many, if not all, in Europe have, taken sides with Zelensky, leading more and more to the gradual isolation of Donald Trump. In the US, like you mentioned, there are also protests. It wouldn't surprise me, of course, if there are soon pro-Trump protests as well. But ultimately, it's a drama that we are all, watching and seeing how it unfolds.
Yes, and while we'll see how it unfolds, European leaders gathered in London on Sunday to discuss the fallout of the failed meeting between Trump and Zelensky, and they promised more support. Do you think they can work out a solution without the involvement of the United States, especially now that it seems as if President Trump has a soft spot for Russian President Vladimir Putin?
It's going to be a hard nut to crack, Elizabeth. America is a very, very consequential country in the world. There are no two ways around it. They are undisputedly the leaders at this time of, the free world. At some point, it was Germany. At other times, it was other countries. But right now, it is the United States of America, and so we can't discountenance that. Now, the European leaders met in London on the invitation of Keir Starmer, and one of the obvious fallout so far is that Keir Starmer has pledged 1.6 billion pounds to support Ukraine. We also know that European leaders are all rallying around, actually reprioritizing in terms of trying to see how they will mop up the finances needed by Zelensky to prosecute the war and actually stand up firmly against Putin. So the polarization just goes on. But to your question, as to whether the world can navigate all of these murky terrains without the United States of America, it is doubtful, but it is not impossible. And for it to be possible, European countries have then got to give up one thing or the other, I mean, politically, finance-wise, to be able to do it. But the bigger question then is there enough political will within Europe by the leaders? Yes, there are. But then what about the voters? Because ultimately, you can begin to see a bit of war fatigue setting in here in Europe, where, voters are saying, okay, we have this, cost of living crisis. Some right-wing politicians are managing to convince them that one of the reasons, things have gone up in the shelves of the supermarket is because, all their money are being shipped to Kiev in Ukraine, and that, the Ukrainian refugees that have now come into Europe, so far about 5 million of them, that they are now helping to, share in their resources that would have gone to them and all of that. So none of those is, of course, absolutely correct. It is correct to some extent, but if the voters actually hear those rhetorics, I think Europe will have a very, very hard time actually reprioritizing budget-wise to be able to support Ukraine in the manner that they anticipate, but it is doable.
So Trump has accused Zelensky of being dictatorial and putting the world at a risk of a possible third world war. Do you actually see the possibility of this?
A third world war will not happen, and Trump himself knows it. The reason Trump knows that a third world war will not happen is because Europe is not standing with Trump on this. Europe is standing very, very solidly behind Zelensky, who is just at their backyard. So the devastation or the potential devastation is actually on Europe's doorstep. And so they are going to do anything and everything possible to ensure that, they continue to support Zelensky. And there are reasonable partners across the world. China is watching at this moment, for national interest reasons. We know that China appears to be leaning towards Putin, but we also know that China isn't one of such aggressive countries. Ultimately, common sense, will take hold of issues in China, and so I believe that ultimately the possibility of building an alliance of right-thinking, logical individuals to avert escalation is going to succeed, and so keeping a possible third world war, out of the equation. Now, as far as the name calling is concerned, of course, we know that Donald Trump has a nickname for everybody that he despises, and he despises, Zelensky so very much. Don't forget that, in the election campaign, he tried to get Zelensky to cook up a story against Biden, and Zelensky didn't, cooperate with him. Has he forgiven him since then? We're not aware he has. And so that is in the background, and Zelensky ought to know, or perhaps knows, that, those name callings, should not be things to be taken seriously.
Let's bring it back home now. Where does this failed attempt by Trump to get Zelensky to agree to his terms to end the war leave Africa? What are the implications for Nigeria? Or do you think we're immune from whatever is happening over there?
No. Nigeria, as the undisputable, leader in Africa. I know some people watching this will, contest that, but it is what it is. I mean, in terms of size, influence, and all of that, Nigeria is, is leading. So far, what Nigeria has done, and I must, say that they have done the right thing so far, diplomatically. They have deployed that doctrine of diplomatic ambiguity, whereby in matters of this nature, they weigh the pros and cons for Nigeria and Africa, because the focal point of Nigeria's foreign policy is, Africa. So when Nigeria acts on behalf of Nigeria, it also tries to act on behalf of, Africa, especially now that the president of Nigeria, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, doubles as, the chairman of ECOWAS. So what they have done so far is to condemn the invasion of Ukraine, but they stopped it at that. And the reason they stopped it at that is because Nigeria has a relationship with both Russia and United States of America, as well as a very, very strong and increasing relationship with the EU. And so they do not want to be seen to be actually, taking sides. And that is where that diplomatic ambiguity as a doctrine that Nigeria has deployed in sorting this out actually comes in. Of course, it does have its advantages and disadvantages, but, I believe that Nigeria has done, some sort of a balancing act and felt that, unlike Kenya, that they are not going to take sides, because what they stand to gain by not taking sides are much more than what they will lose if they support either side. So far, yes, Nigeria is managing this, pretty well.
Right, and the United States President Donald Trump has ordered a pause to Ukraine aid since the meeting with Zelensky. What are your thoughts on this development?
Sorry, I didn't quite get that. What did he...
He has ordered a pause to Ukraine aid after the meeting with Zelensky.
Yeah, indeed, he has. And of course, it's not a surprise. He campaigned on that, Elizabeth, let's not forget. He campaigned first and foremost on his capacity and ability to stop the war within 3 days. Well, he's been in office now for how long? More than more than 2 months, okay? The war is still going, and if anything, I think we're even seeing escalation, because just yesterday, it was reported that Putin actually bombed a military base in Ukraine. And then also, he promised as part of his campaign that he's going to not only stop the financial flow to Ukraine, but that he's going to seek a refund for the ones that had already been paid out. Now, we know in the meantime that Donald Trump has that penchant for actually making statements that are either blatantly false or impossible or maybe even illegal. it doesn't bother him that he says those things, because the purpose is actually to, strengthen his own negotiating position vis-a-vis the negotiating partner, but also a way of actually, addressing his voters to say, well, I promised you I was going to do this, and I have, tried to deliver, but forces bigger than you and I, is actually stopping us. That's the kind of politician he is. And I mean, if we go by the result of the last election in the US, that formula is working well. That strategy is working well for him. And so, stopping the aid, yes, we see that it is real. It is real in the sense that the sort of finances that, Ukraine needs to be able to, actually defend itself against Russian aggression has been disrupted. Now, we're not going to start seeing the immediate impact because obviously they still have a stockpile of ammunition and enough finances to show them up. But if Donald Trump doesn't rescind his position at this time, very quickly, perhaps in about 6 months, we will begin to see the impact of America's, financial withdrawal. And that is where Europe comes in, Elizabeth, like I mentioned earlier on. The UK has pledged 1.6 billion, which is not a small money. And I believe that, other European countries will definitely meet Britain up midway, or maybe exceed what Britain has put on the ground, and then creating the space, the room for further negotiations with, Donald Trump to enable, Ukraine to be able to, hold its stand against Putin.
And what are some of the lessons that African leaders can actually learn from this Russian-Ukraine war, which has gone on for 3 years now?
I think African countries have got a lot to learn from the way Nigeria has conducted itself, diplomatically. Now, I have to be upfront about it. All of these things have their risk. One of the obvious risks is that Nigeria, for instance, particularly the current president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, has made sanitization of international financial system a centerpiece of, his foreign policy, whereby he has identified the fact that, the financial institutions, international tariffs and agreements and all of that are tilted against Nigeria and the rest of Africa. He wants to see an end to that. Now, another example is Nigeria's, aspiration to have a permanent seat at the United Nations, Security Council. He knows that to be able to achieve these two objectives, he's got to have the support of the Western Alliance. Now, people will expect that, to achieve that, it has to be seen to be lining up behind the Western Alliance in everything of significance that they do. For instance, the war in Ukraine. Not doing that leaves Nigeria vulnerable of rejection in these two key areas. Also, the issue of non-oil exports, as you know, diversification of the economy is also something Nigeria, is taking pretty seriously, and we are beginning to see the result because the Nigerian Export Promotion Council about a couple of weeks ago actually announced that in 2024 they saw a growth of over 20% in non-oil export. Now, these are part of the things that might be affected because of the way that Nigeria, has acted. But ultimately, no one knows which way this war is going to end. And so Nigeria, assuming that position of neutrality, non-alignment, which is historical. That's the way Nigeria has always conducted its, foreign policy. It means that whichever way, things still, Nigeria could still, bounce back. And I believe it is the same for the rest of Africa.
Right. Thank you very much, Collins, for this insightful conversation. That'll be all we can take this morning, but I hope you enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you.
Thank you so very much for having me, and enjoy your week.
This has been the Big Story on the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Keep watching BDTV.
Hello, this is Bodi Oshosami on Global Business Insights on BDTV, where we bring ideas and discussions on the business headlines.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium BusinessDay. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today. Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I will look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking will spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
This is a National Cane Weaver Association. Normally, we call it Cane Village. My own name is Dennis Omadide from Delta State, the chairman of National Cane Weaver Association in Lagos.
My name is Adebayo Olamide Sandra. I run sanora.ng on Instagram, which is a rattan business.
The production process is this is a raw material. We thank God for Nigeria because the cane we are using, not that we planted it, is from the forest. The guy came from the other states, from Edo State, even Ondo State. So we have a different body. We have a supplier. So when they come to Lagos, we buy them. So after buy them, we now do the process. How can we scrape the cane to make sure we can bring the cane to design anything needful? So that is the process of the cane. After cleaning it, you use it to work. Like you will see what is there now. After cleaning, that is why you get all this finishing work. You know, I have a lot of process. We scrape it, we tear it. After tear it, then we have to smooth it so that we can use it to design whatever that we do. And most of the things, they are in the market, you can see. Because I'm not working now, but they are finishing products. We use hand, we doesn't use machine. Well, we call it water cane. We have two types of material. We have water cane, we have willow cane. Willow. Those are the two material, the major material we use in Nigeria here. But in the best cane work in the world, Indonesia, their cane is planted, but our own is from God. So those cane, they can never finish from the forest, because in as far forest exists, the cane also exists. So we, after they bring them, we buy them. When we buy them, before we can come to cane like this, when we are even in primary school, we know how to do handwork. And the handwork is from cane. Sometimes we used to tie broom. Sometimes we will do something like cagey fish. So in that process, we know how to use the cane in the village. Because most of all, we are not from here. Because the majority in this place is from Delta State, 99%. So we know how to do cagey fish, do handwork. When we come here, we now know that cane is so very useful for many things. So that's why we put the idea through even the white men who give us catalog. Then from there, we have been working. That is how we enter this. The challenges of this work, the place we are now, this is not the best place for the business. We want a place that we can use it as a tour. When people came, they will come and see what we are doing. But presently now, based on Lagos State, there's no new place. We need a place that we can display our market, showcase our market, so that people will know that we are operating because now we are under the bridge. But still yet we are still managing this place because there is no land and we have no authority. That is why we are managing this place. But this is the center of the business for all Nigeria. This is the center. In terms of finance, even apart from the finance, we want the government to intervene on the work. Because some times ago, we wrote to we under a ministry of we are under the ministry. So they promised us that they will give us a better place, and after that place, when we even work, they can export the work to another country, so that they will not say that our youths are not working. So even students will train them. Those in university, we have a lot of graduates here anyway. Some people they are abroad now from this work. Wow. We have at least less than 3 people are doing their master in the US from here. So we want the government to teach us more because they know better than us. We are only trying to operate on our own. But by the time they put their knowledge on the work, I think we expand more better way for Nigeria.
You can use rattan for literally anything. I always tell anybody that you can use rattan for literally anything. You can use rattan to make a standing fan. I'm not kidding. You can use rattan to make vases. You can use rattan, for your interior decoration. You can use rattan for your event decoration. I mean, look at beautiful traditional weddings. Have you seen what makes them beautiful? Rattan, you guys, raffia products, right? So yes, you can use raffia products for mirrors. You can use raffia products. You can use raffia products in hotels. You can use raffia products for consoles, TV consoles. You can use them for mats. You can use rattan product for literally anything. You can use them for chair. I wish my rattan chair was here that I could see that one. Gosh, you can use rattan for that as well. You can use rattan for literally anything, yeah.
Customer is not coming, but based on the online, we are selling. After you produce, you deliver, they pay your money. And we are not the people that will collect money for someone and will not do the job. And that's why we have a leader. So if anyone does such, we cut it I think we brought it to book. Those are the online markets and those that do the events. They are really promoting us. That's how we are still sustaining for now. Raffia is made by goats. We have two types anyway. We have rattan, we have cane, we have another one, but all the name is under rattan. One is rubber, okay. One is cane, one is glass. It's like a leaves.
Oh.
So those are the three major things we really use here. But the best one is cane. You know, it's from God. Even the other one that is leaves, it's not as last as cane, but it's beauty. It's fine. You can see this one now. This is rubber.
Okay.
This
Can I?
Yes. They brought this one from like this one. This one you see now. This is rubber, but we call it rattan.
Okay.
They export this thing from, and it's very expensive. It's not like cane, but it does not last as cane. When you see that, you like it. But
it's fine.
Yes. But even though we can use cane to do it, then the only thing we will now spray to this milk color. We can use cane. We can now spray to this color. And why this cane? When we started this work, when those white people that are coming, we didn't know that they are taking the measurement of our cane. They take it from here, and we don't know. They begin to start to produce this long ago, and it is we that are doing it now. When they came to Nigeria before, we let work from them, but we tell that you cannot come to our country, they will let work from you, and that's why we take over the business.
Hello there, you're welcome to this week's edition of the Business Day Exclusive. My name is Lolade Akinrele, Deputy Editor at Business Day. Today with me, I have Egi Akpata, who's the Chairman of Skymark Partners and a Director at UCML Capital. We're going to be talking about a range of issues from the challenges in the Nigerian foreign exchange market, as well as expectations ahead of the Central Bank of Nigeria's MPC meeting, the first since Olayemi Cardoso was appointed governor last year. So the Monetary Policy Committee of the Central Bank of Nigeria will be holding its first meeting in February. The first meeting since Yemi Cardoso became governor. The last time they held a meeting was in July, when they had to increase interest rates by 25 basis points to 18.75%. But since then, of course, inflation has surged and there's been considerable pressure on the naira. So I guess I want to ask you, what are your expectations, going into this meeting, especially in terms of interest rates direction?
Well, I think it's pretty obvious that interest rates have to go up. Inflation has moved up very substantially since the last time MPC met. Inflation is almost 30%. The question becomes, what magnitude of increase of interest rates should we expect? I think it's unlikely that we're going to get 500 basis points, as some people think. I probably think 125 to 20, maybe it goes to 21% NPR. Unfortunately, the NPR rate is not as important as it sounds, and what is probably more important is the other administrative measures the central bank has been doing around treasury bills, OMO auctions, TRR. So what I would expect are the Q&A, definitely, of the MPC's specific information on how those administrative measures are going to be implemented, because they are more important to determining direction of market rates and also quenching inflation eventually.
Yeah, precisely. I agree with you that the MPR is not as important as it used to be, at least, because it's supposed to be the benchmark interest rates, but their rates, the yields on the one-year T-bill, for instance, is even below 18.75%. And 18.75% should be the floor, should be the benchmark for all the rates. So I agree with you that the MPR is not as important as it ought to be. But then, sir, so yes, inflation has surged. There's been pressure on the naira, even though we've seen a lot of effort on the part of the central bank, to see how to stabilize the FX market and get some dollars in. We had to deal with the Afrexim Bank. We also heard that there will be plans to tap the Eurobond market this year if interest rates decline. But there's still considerable pressure on the naira. We know by how much it has moved this year alone. It's like 1,004 now in the black market. And in the official market as well, there's been some considerable pressure there. What do you think the CBN is not doing right, or what is CBN failing to do to restore investor confidence that would then lead to the type of significant dollar inflows that we're looking for that would help stabilize the naira?
Well, I mean, when you say stabilize the naira, it depends on which market you're looking at. I mean, if you're looking at NAFEM market, the naira has been stable since the beginning of the year. Now, if you're looking at some other undocumented markets,
the more accessible markets.
Well, so it's that's first thing. But I think in reality, in a world where the last Treasury bill auction on January 10 had the 1 year discount at 8.3, and then your inflation is at, I don't know, 28 plus, you will have to have devaluation of your currency if you have that kind of differential between interest rates and inflation. So the first thing they're going to have to fix is that differential. It doesn't necessarily mean that the 1 year Treasury bill rates should go above inflation, but it definitely has to be close to it. You can't be at 8-9% and then paying 28% inflation. And when we say Treasury bill, we don't mean OMO, because OMO bills are restricted. Only foreign portfolio investors and banks can buy them. So they definitely have to move up the Treasury bill rate, not MPR, the Treasury bill rate. And the 1 year Treasury bill definitely has to be yielding well over 20% for you to have any impact on currency movements, because there's a lot of demand for dollars that is for a store of value. People are storing money in storing their wealth in dollars and not naira, because the returns on naira are very poor relative to its declining purchasing power. So that's one thing they can fix instantly. Unfortunately, you move up the T-bill rate and you increase borrowing costs for the government, and that's a dilemma that they have to fix. But I think that the solution on the short term, at least for a few months, maybe for 6 months, you need to have very high Treasury bill rates to slow down the decline of naira's value.
So yes, you're right. I mean, the dilemma is really, so if you allow rates to go up, the impact it would have on government's debt servicing costs, especially given that last year about 90% of the federal government's revenues went into servicing debt. But I did hear you say there that it might just be a short-term fix. Can you expatiate on that? You said something like, so even if rates go up, they might not need to stay that high for so long.
Well, I think, okay, first thing is not only the government that will be affected by very high interest rates. I mean, the entire, borrowing community, corporate world will be badly affected by a hike of Treasury bill rates to that level. But you have an emergency situation, and when you have an emergency, you have to administer emergency measures, and those emergency measures, I think, include very high rates for a certain length of time to suppress some of these forces around inflation and people storing money in dollars. When you get that under control, then you have the luxury of being able to slow down or reduce those rates. Also, there are just base effect things that kick in terms of the way inflation is calculated. But I think that you cannot have a 1 year T-bill rate sub 10 and inflation at almost 30% and expect your currency to be stable. There's no known formula that allows that to happen, and there's nothing unique about Nigeria. We're seeing the same thing here.
Yes, sir. So you made a point about the currency being stable in the official market. How is that even possible? I mean, given we know that it's not like we've seen. The fundamentals don't suggest that we should see that kind of stability in the NAFEM. What do you think is going on there? Why is it that it hasn't moved as much as the rates in the parallel market, which is more accessible?
Well, again, you might want to ask those from people who actually run the NAFEM. I'm not familiar with the internal pricing dynamics of how things are reported. But what we know is that it's a very unique currency market. The level of movement, both intraday and closing prices day to day, are a bit wide for a currency. So it's a bit unusual for a currency to move that much. Particularly when there's limited supply, you would think the price will keep going up, but it refuses to move up. So there might be other mechanical things that I'm not aware of about how the market works that is making it behave the way it does.
Okay, so let's talk about the FX backlog now. I mean, that's also one main constraint, if you like, that foreign investors have said that, look, this is a big issue that is still restricting them from coming back into Nigeria, because they are wondering, like, how am I sure I can get my money out? I mean, so there are still people who have their money strapped in Nigeria. I think the finance minister put the figure at around $5 billion during an interview at Davos. So how do you think we can go about clearing the backlog? What are there any creative? So I'll give you an example. Cocoa, for instance, Bola Onadele Cocoa, the CEO of FMDQ, made a suggestion that, look, rather than use the trickles of dollars you're getting from Afrexim, right, and the other loans, then why don't you buy a 30-year US Treasury, zero coupon, for $5 billion, and then with a face value of $15 billion, and then you collateralize that, and then use that to borrow $15 billion today, and then you can easily clear the backlog and then meet demand over time. I'd like to get your thoughts on that and what you think the central bank can do to clear this backlog that's been lingering for many years now.
Okay, I think the first thing we need to clarify is what exactly is this backlog, because there's a huge difference between overdue FX forward, which are contracts between the buyer who has already given central bank naira and central bank that was supposed to deliver dollars at a certain rate at a certain point in time in the past. So those are contractual obligations that are very different from anybody that has naira and is trying to leave Nigeria.
Of course. Right?
So we need to separate those two first. I suspect that what the finance minister was talking about is the FX forwards that are contractual obligations between central bank and counterparties who have paid. Yeah. For everybody else, be it foreign or local, that has naira in Nigeria and is trying to repatriate, they should do what everybody else does, which is pay whatever the rate is to get out. Because if you have a problem holding naira and you need to be in another currency, why would you wait around for 1-2 years and let the currency keep devaluing? So it's not clear to me why some of those people are in that situation. Even in the NAFEM that does have a very wide trading range, when you look at intraday highs for a number of days, for a lot of days, the intraday highs are almost the same as the parallel market rates, suggesting that if you were desperate to get out of Nigeria, tell your bank to bid to whatever level is needed to get out. So when I hear people say that they're stuck in Nigeria and all that, I'm not sure what it means. Central bank has not sold any dollars since September 22. So the question is, how has the economy survived for 4 months without a single sale from central bank? Obviously, these businesses are surviving from somewhere else. Well, those people who are in the backlog or who are so-called trapped should go to the same place and get their dollars and leave Nigeria.
Fantastic. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about the Afrexim Bank loan now. I don't know if you've had time to look at the term sheet. What did you make of it? The structure of the deal?
Well, again, it's a private loan between an MPC and a consortium outside Nigeria. They've not published the signed documentation, so we don't know the exact final terms. But what is clear is that it's probably the most secure federal government paper you can get your hands on because of the collateral that is behind it. Your federal government bond does not have that kind of collateral. It doesn't have any collateral, naira bond. Even your foreign currency bond is not really collateralized. So this is over-collateralized, so it's extremely safe, instrument, and the pricing is generous. So,
very generous.
But it's floating rate price. It's not fixed rates. So in 2 years' time, those rates could be substantially lower.
The 11% rate, you mean?
Yeah. Well, it's a margin over so far, and that margin is constant, but the benchmark is not constant. So it's not a fixed rate instrument, and the interest rate on that instrument could drop substantially over the next 5 years. But again,
This is the Business Day television broadcast.
Hello and welcome to the BDTV News Update at 10. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Let's see what's making headlines this morning. Unizik speaks on 550 million naira contract scandal allegations. Naira defies pressure, ends February below 1,500 naira per dollar. Federal government, Borno government flag of reconstruction. United States financial withdrawal to hurt Ukraine in coming months, analyst says. Fulham condemn racist and homophobic abuse directed at Calvin Bassey. We begin the news in Nigeria, where the management of the Nnamdi Azikiwe University, Awka, has refuted reports that the institution was involved in a contract scandal. An online newspaper on Sunday, February 2nd, reported that Unizik allegedly awarded a contract of 550 million naira for the construction of the university's perimeter fencing twice to different companies in violation of the procurement laws. In the letter dated 19 February 2025, the company accused the university of breaching the contract terms and illegally terminating the contract. However, reacting in a statement on Monday, the Unizik spokesperson Louis Ingelita denied the allegations and described them as false and malicious. Moving on, the Naira has closed February with an 8.5% month-to-month gain on the parallel market to settle at 1,490 Naira per dollar, while closing at 1,500 Naira per dollar on the official market, indicating a 1.7% month-to-month decline. Reports reveal that the foreign reserve dipped by 3.2% month-on-month, standing at $38.46 billion on Thursday. Analysts say the decline can be linked to CBN's efforts to stabilize the Naira, especially during the resumption of payment for the verified portion of the outstanding 7.0 billion foreign exchange backing. Still on, the federal government has flagged off the reconstruction and upgrade of Alao Dam in Maiduguri, which collapsed and flooded the Maiduguri and its environs last September. Let's watch. The Saturday ceremony held in Maiduguri comes months after the dam flooded 70% of the capital of Maiduguri environs, destroying houses, killing many, and displacing communities. The Minister of Water Resources and Sanitation lauded President Tinubu for approving 80 billion naira for the project, expected to be completed in 2 months. He noted that it will be upgraded to supply potable water, support irrigation farming, and boost socio-economic activities in the community. Meanwhile, the governor of Borno State, Professor Babagana Zulum, expressed delight and optimism that the project will boost agricultural productivity and create jobs and boost food security. He assured of his support to ensure the project is completed within the stipulated time frame. Let's watch.
And I was also able to deduce that the first phase of the project will commence immediately, while the second phase, which is in September, will commence at the later date around October. But I want to appeal to the Honorable Minister, why this is, to look into the possibility of commencing the two projects concurrently, especially the decision of some of the critical portions of the waterways because of the importance of the system to this project. To the people of Borno State, I say, this is your project. This is your future. We are building a Borno State that is resilient, prosperous, and secure. We are building a Borno State that our children and grandchildren will be proud to call home.
It is an evidence further that the reconstruction and upgrade of Alao Dam will specifically enhance the provision of potable drinking water, support downstream irrigation, boost socio-economic activities, enable food control, flood control, while facilitating other viable socio-economic activities capable of ravaging the populous livelihoods and economic development.
To end the local news, the Federal Executive Council has approved the procurement of 2.5 billion naira satellite gadget to combat illegal mining in the country. The Minister of Solid Minerals Development, Dele Alake, revealed this while briefing State House correspondents after the FEC meeting on Monday, the 3rd of February. Alake says the use of technology remains an integrated solution framework to combat unlicensed, unregulated, underreported mining activities. It revealed that the development of technology would curb activities that had led to revenue leakages, illegal operations, and illegal extraction and exploitation of the country's minerals. And on the foreign scene, global affairs analyst Collins Nweke has revealed that the withdrawal of United States financial aid to Ukraine may have a negative effect in the next 6 months. It disclosed this during his appearance on BusinessDay's television on Tuesday, the 4th of February. President Trump paused the military aid to Ukraine following his clash with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky last week. According to him, the war-ravaged country may not see the pain of the financial withdrawal immediately because of an already piled-up ammunition, but will definitely regret it in a few months if nothing is done. Also, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth has ordered the United States Cyber Command to halt offensive cyber operations and information operations against Russia. A United States official revealed that Hegseth gave the order to the head of the command, Air Force General Tim Hu, in late February, but remains unclear how long the order will last. However, senior United States defense officials have declined to comment on the decision due to operational security concerns. And now to sports. Fulham have condemned the abhorrent racist and homophobic online abuse directed at defender Calvin Bassey following Sunday's FA Cup penalty shootout win at Manchester United. Nigeria defender Bassey, who scored a goal at Old Trafford, shared some examples of the unsavory abuse he had received on social media. The Premier League said in a statement that it's appalled by the abuse and it will offer full support to Calvin and the club. Bassey's online abuse follows recent cases involving Everton midfielder Abdoulaye Doucouré, England defender Kyle Walker, Newcastle United's Joe Willock, and Manchester City's Khadija Shaw. And to end the news, Nigerian striker Victor Osimhen has called on his Galatasaray teammates to remain focused in their push for the Turkish Super League title after scoring a brace in their 3-3 draw against Kasımpaşa. Galatasaray currently top the league standings with 65 points from 20 matches, fueled by Osimhen's outstanding form at Rams Park this season. The forward's brace took a season tally to 22 goals and 5 assists in 28 matches across all competitions. However, despite his heroics, Osimhen's 2 goals were not enough to secure all 3 points at the Recep Tayyip Erdogan Stadium, following title rivals Fenerbahce to close the gap to 4 points, intensifying the championship race. And these were the top headlines this morning. Do stay tuned for more.
This is the Craftsmanship Chronicle series on Go Local, and on this episode, our focus is on wood, trees in our hood. Kemi Michael here, your Yoruba named Akwa Ibom girl, welcoming you to Go Local. Now, Go Local is a podcast where we delve deeply and explore our nation's local uniqueness. Go local, buy local, and together we stay global. As we get into it, do also grab a cup of your favorite drink and a snack you would love to munch on. Oh, and make sure to make it a Nigerian snack and get ready for an amazing ride. Since humans first realized they could make use of the materials they found in the vicinity, wood has been used and altered by us. People eventually learned about the special qualities of wood as they utilized it to satisfy a wide range of human requirements in peace and conflict, farming, and industry. Throughout history, trees and their wood have been essential to human existence. Since ancient times, Wood has been one of our most vital building elements, used for construction as well as for production of tools, weapons, and furniture. Wood has historically played a key role in a lot of areas, and we Nigerians are part of that history. Korodu area of Lagos State, where I was able to speak with the General Secretary of the sawmill.
My name is Alhaji Kabiru Adegboyega Ibrahim, and this is Sogidowo Sawmill Itamaga. So I'm the secretary to the association, General Secretary to the association, Sogidowo Plant Marketers Association of Nigeria.
Here in Nigeria and around the world, we have several uses of wood, such as agricultural purposes, for making musical instruments, for carving religious figurines, to create household furniture, for casket production, for fortification, as well as for source of energy supply, for example, our firewood and general logs for fireplaces. The wood production in Nigeria has specific process, and I will leave the explaining for the experts.
The woods normally come in 2x6. That is for roofing. So when they buy to the, like the ones you are looking there now, and it's 2x6. So when they bring it here, so if you want to saw it, you saw into 2x4, 2x3, 2x2. Those are the roofing planks. So we saw it to those sizes if you need it for roofing. So we take it from the shed down to the machine side. So we saw it there. If it is roofing, so it's all 2x4, 2x3, 2x2. So for facing board, that one is 1x12, 1x12x12. So now like the one that they are putting down there. So that is 1x12x12 for facing board. So after you roof, to facing board, so you cover breeze or whatever. So that's what they use that one for. So to seal the roof with the ceiling. So that's what they use it for.
Just like other industries, the wood industry sure has its challenges.
The challenges we usually face is the problem of this marine police or guard or whatever. You know, they are extorting us too much. You know Nigeria, that's Nigeria system, corruption. After we will have saw wood, process it, take the license, but they usually collect approval for wood, any wood cut. After that, if you pass through the water, if this marine police or whatever see you, they will still collect money as if you never collect any paper. So that's the Nigerian problem. So we face many challenges, yeah? At the same time, after they are coming from the river, the canoe bash, those the trucks that are coming into the sawmill, those are the policemen on the road trying to collect something, collect money. Those are the challenges we have.
The vegetation of Nigeria can be broadly classified into two types, that is, forest and savanna. Now, according to Statista in 2021, Nigeria exported forest products amounting to nearly 109.7 million US dollars. Most of these products were roundwood and sawnwood, amounting to roughly 52.4 million and 8.1 million US dollars, respectively. Other main exported forest products included paper and paperboard.
The wood always come from Bayelsa State, Ondo State, Edo State, and from Oyo as well. But the one coming from Oyo, that's 1x12x12, and at times 2x12. But 2x6 wood for roofing normally come from Bayelsa, Edo State, Ondo State, and at the same time from Ogun State, Ogun Water side. The customer you have, if it is an old customer, you must have a relationship. He can call you on phone and place order. So you call transport for him. When you've concluded with him for the quotation of the wood, so if you help him process it, you call transporter to transport it. So they will take it down to him. Or some do come inside to the market by themselves. So they will negotiate price, buy the wood, call a motor to pack it. because the transporters they have their own association as well.
According to the United Nations, Nigeria has the highest deforestation rate in the world, with an estimated 3.7% of its forest lost every year.
That's what I'm saying, our problem here. And these forestry people that are supposed to be handled at Ministry of Agriculture. Wherever they cut timber, supposed to plant it back immediately. They don't do that. In the question of say 5 to 10 years now, there will be the issue of a wood scarcity. Those places that I'm talking the other time, Baisa, Edo, whatever. If you want to get wood now, it's very, very far to the upland, to the river, to the swamp, too far. That's why the wood is very hot now.
This is a call to action to the Department of Forestry, Federal Ministry of Environment. We in Nigeria are losing our trees and we need a solution to this loss. When one tree is cut down, I believe 10 more should be planted in its stead. Wood in Nigeria plays a very vital role, and leaving our forests to chance of the trees growing on their own accord is very risky. We need to be more intentional about our forests, and yes, also the trees in our hood. If you've ever wondered where you can get wood from, well, look no further. The sawmill at Itamaga area of Ikorodu in Lagos is right there for you. Now, if you happen to be a lover of DIYs, or you're a professional wood carver, an artist that uses wood for their craft, or one who uses wood in their everyday life, for example, writers, well, always remember, wood is good, but we need more trees in our hood. Plant a tree today, save our environment.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Someone like me, they say Jakpa and Jakpada. I say let people Jakpa because guess what? They will Jakpada. When I left here over 30-something years ago, I left here very sad and I thought I was running away because I was just a young doctor. I didn't see any hope. Well, after doing everything I did, I've practiced medicine over 25, 26 years in private practice. I've gotten involved in all kinds of businesses in the United States. Guess where I am? You know, Saglev is an electric vehicle manufacturer. We're actually a U.S. company. Our principals actually manufacture vehicles in the U.S., but the Saglev Electromobility Nigeria Limited is our Nigerian subsidiary, just like we have a subsidiary in Ghana, Cote d'Ivoire, and then soon in South Africa. All of these countries will have their own assembly plants. That's the plan, where we assemble in every of this market. Already, we've been testing vehicles in Nigeria and Ghana. We've been collecting data from rideshare drivers, fleet drivers. We've been literally paying drivers to submit their data to us. How much do you make? How much gas do you buy? We are tracking their vehicles, seeing the distance. So the research and data collection part has been going on probably a year and a half. Same thing in Ghana. At this point, developing an assembly plant in Nigeria. There is also an assembly plant in development for Accra, Ghana. Is going to be in Tema. The other activity, to fully answer your question, is we are already training and recruiting electric vehicle technicians. So that is going on. As a matter of fact, we just hired 16 or 18 of them. They are getting ready to start their online training, then they will go to classroom, and then they will go to practical training. So that's where we are in summary. Challenges, interestingly, because Nigeria is a country that has, so to speak, experienced a lot of trauma relating to electricity. You find out that the average Nigerian person all through the first question is power, right? But that has not been our experience, and we can talk more about that.
So power could be a challenge, but power is very much a perceived problem. The other challenges we've had is that this is just a new product. 90% of what our company does is to actually educate people, because so many people don't even understand that they are perfect electric vehicle consumers, customers. So that is there. This is a novel product. So some of the other challenges are just, again, the charging network. Even though we are an automotive manufacturer, we have to reluctantly get involved in developing charging. It's just like being Peugeot or any automotive manufacturer, and all of a sudden you find yourself developing gas stations. Foreign exchange rate, we find ourselves in a challenging economic condition. But the way I like to tell people is that SAGLEV is actually a solution to that. So the fact that we understand that we bring in factors that actually help you to maneuver, around the economy is very encouraging to us. So, the challenges are there, but those are some of the main challenges. The data is surprisingly encouraging, because that is why you actually go somewhere and you collect the data. You can't just sit back and say, oh, this is what I think the data is. But the data is very surprisingly interesting. I want to tell you, when we first started talking about coming to West Africa, while gasoline was 180, 140 at some point a liter here, Naira, gasoline was 850 Naira a liter in Ghana, same in Cote d'Ivoire. So for you to sell an electric vehicle in Nigeria, it was not economically really viable. You can't make the economic case easily. But that has changed. A gallon is what, 600, 617 now? So the story is different. And all of a sudden, and that actually led us to understanding that we have to fast track our plans. A rideshare driver that uses the smallest available vehicle on the road is spending 9,000 Naira a day on petrol. If you are saying a Toyota Corolla, Toyota Camry, Honda Accord, now you are looking at anywhere 17, 18, 19, 20,000 Naira. Now, if your car is even older, then you're spending more, because an older vehicle, an older motor burns more gasoline. Now, that is compared to an electric vehicle, which that smallest vehicle, some of the examples I will show you here today, it costs for 300 kilometers of distance, it costs less than 3,000 Naira to charge it. That is such a big. What we've also found from the data is just the cost of ownership of an electric vehicle. It's not what people think it is, because the average electric vehicle will cost you 50 to 60% less in maintenance cost if you just take the first 4 years of the vehicle, talk less of down the line. An internal combustion engine vehicle will keep costing you more. An electric vehicle has much less moving parts. There's no transmission, there's no kickstarter, there's no crankshaft, there's no oil, there's no moving parts. It's just a battery and a transmission. Surprisingly interesting. We've always thought that this would be possible. I've driven electric vehicles in the US since 2013. I drove one of the first Teslas ever manufactured. And I've always wondered, why is it that in Africa, in Nigeria, we don't drive more EVs? But a lot of it is education. So that's why I say we have to educate people. What we think is impossible is actually possible. Now, what the data tells you is a little bit scary, because what it tells you is that between 50 to 70% of Nigerians are actually potential electric vehicle customers. Listen, SAGLEV want other people to manufacture electric vehicles in Nigeria. So it's not if you are able to invest in EV manufacturing, we don't mind you coming on board and saying, hey, listen, I want to do this. This is a country of 200 million. Listen, Saglev is not going to satisfy that market. I can assure you of that. We just want to make sure that people get the benefits of electric vehicles. And it's not just in personal vehicles, all the way to last mile transportation, all the way to even trucking, public transportation, Uber, because you want to attack the highest offender, which is
Welcome back. This is Social Listening, and this is where we analyze top trends making the rounds on social media. My name is Elizabeth Musa, and joining me in the studio this morning is Stephen Onyekwelu, is our in-house analyst, and it's always a delight to have you in the studio with us.
Thank you, Lizzie.
How are you doing today?
Today I'm happy. It's a new month. The new months feel like new beginnings.
Yeah, happy new month. The month of March. They said this is the month. They said the month of March is when
you March.
You March. You know this
March to me, I don't know anyway.
Nigerian religious vibe. Month of March.
March into your promised land.
And then I said to myself, okay, so then what happens to the other months? The other months that don't have any like a catchy name, like February. Do you say February into the month? Like it's only March. Once we get into March, the month of March is the month where you march into your breakthrough, you march into success. So, Mr. Stephen, this is the month where
I'm marching into my promised land.
Yes.
Something like this.
Yes, you are marching into. So let's march and see what we have on Social Listening today. The first trend today is the arrest of Muslim faithfuls by Hisbah in Kano State for not observing the Ramadan fast on the first day, and that's also something that is synonymous with March, and it's quite interesting at the same time surprising. But let me give you a quick context to that. Operatives of the Hisbah board in Kano State have arrested some young men accused of not observing the Ramadan fast on the first day of the holy month. Now, the Deputy Commander General of the board, Mujahideen Abubakar, confirmed the arrest. I stated that the suspects were apprehended during routine protocols, paroles conducted by Hisbah officers in different parts of Kano metropolis. Also, the board arrested around 60 individuals for wearing indecent haircuts, which violate Islamic law and local cultural norms. Let's see what the comments are like on social media before I come to you, Mr. Stephen. But it's very interesting when we talk about March. I said it quite humorously, like March is always that month where everyone just gets really religious from the start of the month. Like, oh, I'm marching to breakthrough. This is the month where you march. You know one thing about March? March is the month where you march. And then also for brothers who are Muslims, also it's also the month where they always call it a big month because they also get to fast. I don't know about other traditional religions because we don't just have Christianity and Islam in Nigeria. We also have other traditional religions.
Catholics too are starting their fasts on Wednesday.
Absolutely. So it's for me. I think that March is always a very sort of like religious month. It will be interesting to see what maybe the Ifa people do in March. So it will be interesting to see. But let's see. It will be good to know. Let's see what the comments are like on social media. Oroshiakose says fasting is exceptional and important, but I don't think it should be imposed on anyone. Some people have medical issues. Can they cope? And that's a big question. You don't have to fast when you have health issues. Omokpe of Lagos says, what nonsense is this? Faith should be nurtured through education, guidance, and personal conviction, not through force or intimidation. True faith comes from the heart, not from fear of arrest. I completely agree with Omokpe. Charles Igwe says, I believe that fasting should be a personal choice made voluntarily by individuals according to their own beliefs and reasons. It should not be something that is forced or mandated by government authorities or religious organizations, as the decision to fast is deeply personal. Completely agree with that one. That's how people are reacting to that conversation on social media. But we need to take a very deliberate approach, when we're talking about issues like this. I always like to just err on the side of caution, because when we're speaking on religion,
you have to be careful.
You have to be careful. I'm not a pastor. I'm not an imam. I'm just Elizabeth. I'm a journalist. So, but let me hear your thoughts on this story.
So I think that so there will be two levels. There will be the personal views, and then there will also be the more the intellectual and the professional view. So on a very again, my personal views will be influenced by probably my religious beliefs, right? So I did some Islamic studies, and you know that the way Islam sees the world view of Islam or a Muslim is different from that of a Christian. First, the Muslim Ummah is, so Islam is a worldview, and in Islam you don't have that separation between, well, a very thin line between state and, for instance, religion. Unlike in Christianity, where you have so you usually say you separate state from religion. So somewhere in the scriptures you hear in the Bible you hear something like, give to Caesar what belongs to Caesar, and to God what belongs to God. So you're separating the state from religion, separating God. So there's something for the state or secular, then there's also the religious part. But in Islam, it isn't really like that. It's the Muslim Ummah is like a theocratic state, right? Where, you may have your personal choices, but you see, those are your personal choices. They are there, but because it's a theocratic state where it's God, God is responsible for everything. Right? And so that's why you have Ishba police people who are not fasting. And in some and I think in Islam in Nigeria, sometimes it scares me, because I've lived in other countries where predominantly Islam, but you don't have these disagreements. Mali is 98% Islam. So the other 2% you have maybe 1.5% Christian, and then the other percent will be traditional religion. But you don't have the kind of conflicts you find, religious-based conflicts that you find in Nigeria. So on a very personal note, I think faith is personal. But again, even in Islam, faith is also personal. But there's also the Muslim Ummah that you can rule out, and it depends on how it is applied in each state. I have nothing against their policing anybody to observe Ramadan. It could also be a way of keeping public order. So because if you have some people fasting, and then you have others who are like being really disruptive, you don't want that. Now, it's not supporting Hizbah policing people, but like again, it's different strokes for different folks, and you need to understand the Islamic theology, the Islamic politics, or politics in Islam, for you to appreciate this situation. With something like this happening in a place like Saudi Arabia, even one is the holy month. I think there's also some level of discipline that is imposed for public gatherings and public stuff, so that you don't distract those who, I mean, it's your personal church, but it doesn't mean your personal church should also not distract someone who is trying to fast, right? But anyway.
But again, the only thing I'll just add is you mentioned your personal church should not distract someone that is trying to fast, but that's also something that Christians are in the Bible. It's like if you're fasting, don't wear it on your face. Like,
that's
don't
correct.
be like, so you don't necessarily come out to announce that you're fasting. So you are not going, like, I'm not going to stop you from doing whatever it is you're doing because I'm fasting. Like, perhaps you're eating by my side. It's my prerogative to look the other way or keep it moving if I know I'm going to be distracted or affected by the food, the aroma coming out of your meal or whatever it is. So we're not, one thing that I know that the Christian religion does is just being very tolerant, and we often don't see it sometimes with other religions. But again, on the issue of fasting, I know that for Muslims it's more like a must.
Yes,
but
yes, it's different.
At the same time, when it comes to religion, again, I'm trying to be very you can tell I'm trying to be very
measured.
I don't want to say too much, but when people are talking about there's so many, and I think that Nigeria, it's a very religious country.
Yes,
super religious.
Yes.
We have all sort of events. Hallelujah challenge, like all sort of events every time. But then again, I just believe that people should have a personal, fellowship
should be personal.
with
the creator, whatever they call it.
Yeah, that's just what I'm going to end it. Let's see what we have again on the social listening segment. The Economic and Financial Crimes Commission says its operatives were responsible for the arrest of 11 suspected internet fraudsters in Niger State. Zagazola Makama, a counter-insurgency publication focused on the Lake Chad region, had reported that gunmen disguised as EFCC operatives abducted 10 persons from the White Hill Hotel on Shiroro Road in Chachanga local government area of Niger State. Makama said the abduction occurred around 4:58 a.m. on February 27, when the armed men reportedly stormed the hotel. The publication said the suspect disabled the hotel's CCTV cameras before entering guest rooms one by one, possibly taking away 10 people to an unknown destination. That is very tragic. And when we talk about some of the insecurity, it seems to be on a steady rise, especially in the north, like on a steady rise. I don't think we even spotlight it enough in the media. I've gotten lots of people reach out to me and say that what you media people are doing is not good. You guys are not talking about this, what's going on in Borno. You guys are not talking about what's going on in XYZ. And honestly, I really take responsibility as just a journalist, that maybe it's now seeming all too familiar.
Yeah.
And then people are focused instead of on economic issues. So everyone is more focused around what the Naira is saying, because people are very concerned about their pockets, self-preservation, self-aggrandizement, and all of that. But our brothers, our sisters, people are dying in the northern parts. Lots of insecurity is still on the rise there. We might be here and think that everything is, everything is level, everything is fine. But the earlier we realize that there's a lot of unsettlement in that side, the better for us, because it might look like it's, how when water is flowing and then you think, oh, you can stand, like at the beach.
Yeah.
You're standing and water is flowing. Before you know,
it continues to chop.
It
eat
continues,
off
and then before you know, it has touched your leg.
exactly.
Before, like, you think it's down there, and then it's up. So we need to be really, we need to spotlight these conversations every time. I can't say it enough. I think we're not doing enough. I think we must do more. But let's see the comments on this conversation on social media. This particular one. Trust issue says Nigerians have called for an end to EFCC's legalities and mode of operation, but they refused. Now bandits are camouflaging and using their uniforms to operate and kidnap people. Eugene Chuk says, so it has now gotten to the point where Nigerians can no longer distinguish the real EFCC from criminals. Both are now behaving like identical twins. For the gunmen to disguise like EFCC and their victims believe them to be EFCC, it tells one thing about the real EFCC. I guess you understand what that person is trying to say. Yes. Let's see if we have more reaction. Lewis563 says, why will they not behave as EFCC? When you act like a criminal agency, criminals will emulate you and impersonate you because both of you are colleagues. The difference, you have federal government supporting you to continue the criminality when you can't obey the law as law enforcement agencies. That's as much comment as we can take on that one. But you know, we've been talking about these conversations about the EFCC and some of their operation modalities. The other day we went out on the street to talk about EFCC night raids and all of that. Well, now kidnappers are now disguising as EFCC.
Yeah,
that says a lot.
Worrisome. It's worrisome. Now the laws, the act setting up the EFCC, we may need to look at that. So sometimes, because sometimes also you need to take criminals by surprise. You know, there's that surprise element that you need to apply. It's like when you want to arrest. Okay, let me not say criminals. Let me more like suspects.
Yeah.
So when you want to arrest a suspect and you have ample evidence, government also has access to some amount of information that individuals don't. So you're acting on some form of intelligence, and you don't want to notify the people that, oh, we are coming to pick you up, right? I mean, they'll all run away, they scamper away, right? So you want to use that element of surprise. Now, to the nature of this surprise is something that we need to look into. So the level of brutality that we see sometimes, or so where is the illegality? But you can't tell a suspect that you're coming to arrest them, especially if they are somewhere, let's say in a hotel. You won't. If they know you're coming.
Yeah, but you need to. I'm not a lawyer, but I know that you do need to get an arrest warrant. There is a procedure to this, so you have to at least tender an arrest warrant, if at all.
No, that's why I refer to the act establishing EFCC. I don't know where the kind of powers they have, and what kind of surprise arrest they can spring on people. Okay, so that's why I'm happy that you also mentioned that you're not a lawyer. I'm not too, and I didn't look at the act before coming on this show, but again, you wouldn't want to tell a suspect of a certain crime or suspected crime that, oh, I'm coming to pick you up. No, they won't be there by the time you get there, right? And then it's then unfortunate that we then have criminal elements imitating their mode of operation and then breaking into hotels. Because when they come like this, you don't know, is it EFCC, is it not EFCC? Next thing you're dispossessed. You know, it's worrisome.
Dispossessed of your possessions.
Yeah, I don't want to add that part. and talking about the general insecurity in the north and even in the country, you know, it's worrisome. Niger is more like north central, and then there's Borno, and you know that they are actually our food basket to some extent. You're right. So it affects the food production. Farmers can't go to the farm. I can't say this enough. They can't go to the Borno is known for fish, this smoked fish. Yeah.
Really?
Yes. So there's a lot of fish that come from Borno, but you may not be seeing much of it now. And of course, as the supply reduces, that's how prices go up. You know, so they hold the northern part, north central, and then depending on what part of the north now. Jigawa is, I think, Jigawa is one of the northeast or northwest. But they supply us the grains, the cereals, and when this insecurity there's food shortage, we can't talk about food sufficiency and food sovereignty. And the south is supplied by the north in terms of cereals and grains, and so it's a worrisome thing, the insecurity in the north.
I do hope that something is done about this insecurity situation, because we've been on this conversation for a while now.
For a while,
it's now become, what do they call it? It's now like
a broken, what is a broken record?
Now
you know that expression.
Become all too familiar.
Yes.
And just like something. Usually, there are certain things, there's certain phenomenon that you mention, and it shakes you.
Yes.
Because it's very big, it's very dangerous, it's very deep. It shakes you. But imagine phenomenon like that now becoming normalized, and then everyone is just, when you talk about insecurity, everyone just keeps moving.
Yeah.
Have you noticed, if you're having social conversation and you mention this, everyone keeps moving. Back in the day, when it's mentioned, it triggers some sort of alarm.
True.
Like you pay attention because you're worried, you're concerned. But now it's become all too familiar.
Normalized.
I just hope that, honestly, something can be done about the situation pretty soon. We've been hoping for a long time.
We've been hoping for 2 ways, and hope is not strategy. You know, Delegiwa said something many years ago. You know, Delegiwa, that great journalist. He said that Nigerians have been shocked to the level of unshockability. You know, same thing you said. So it's become like normal thing. Oh, insecurity in the north. I mean, we've been hearing about this thing. So you develop some kind of thick skin. You don't care anymore.
Now looks so normalized, and that's why you see so many times on social media, people will say Nigeria should be on Netflix, because the kind of things that happen in Nigeria, you think it's something out of a movie or a fairy tale. It seems unbelievable, but it's so normalized here. From insecurity to just some very unusual, bizarre situations, but then we just keep moving.
Snake swallowing money sometimes.
Yes, it's ridiculous. Thank you very much, Mr. Steven. It's always a delight speaking to you on the social listening segment. See you again on Wednesday, is it?
Okay, let's make it a day.
That's as much as we can take here on the social listening segment. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Keep watching BDTV.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Hello, this is Bode Oshosami on Global Business Insights on BDTV, where we bring ideas and discussions on the business headlines.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Hello there, you're welcome to this week's edition of the Business Day Exclusive. My name is Lolade Akimrele, Deputy Editor at Business Day. Today with me, I have Egi Akpata, who's the Chairman of Skymark Partners and a Director at UCML Capital. We're going to be talking about a range of issues from the challenges in the Nigerian foreign exchange market, as well as expectations ahead of the Central Bank of Nigeria's MPC meeting, the first since Olayemi Cardoso was appointed governor last year. So the Monetary Policy Committee of the Central Bank of Nigeria will be holding its first meeting in February. The first meeting since Yemi Cardoso became governor. The last time they held a meeting was in July when they had to increase interest rates by 25 basis points to 18.75%. But since then, of course, inflation has surged and there's been considerable pressure on the Naira. So I guess I want to ask you, what are your expectations, going into this meeting, especially in terms of interest rates direction?
Well, I think it's pretty obvious that interest rates have to go up. Inflation has moved up very substantially since the last time MPC met. Inflation is almost 30%. The question becomes, what magnitude of increase of interest rates should we expect? I think it's unlikely that we're going to get 500 basis points, as some people think. I probably think 125 to 20, maybe it goes to 21% NPR. Unfortunately, the NPR rate is not as important as it sounds, and what is probably more important is the other administrative measures the central bank has been doing around treasury bills.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Kemi Michael here, your Yoruba named Akwa Ibom girl, welcoming you to Go Local. We took a trip down to the town of Kenta in the heart of Abeokuta, where we met with the Otun Iyaloja of Kenta Kampala Market and a few traders.
Chief Mrs. Olukemi Shomuyiwa Odunlami. I am the Otun Iyaloja of Kenta Adire Kampala Market.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Kaka Aisha Remilekun.
Adire was once, and still is, a closely guarded family secret in Egbaland. Parents carefully taught the techniques to their daughters, and the wives to their sons. This tradition was so sacred that outsiders were initially barred from participating, as Adire production echoed the whispers of a family's heritage.
Yes, my grandmom did it, my mom did it, and now to me. And by the grace of God, my children are still on it also.
They're learning.
They've learned it. They are growing up. They've married, and they are doing this business.
Okay.
And they are educated too.
Yes.
At least I have PhD holder among them. I have BSc among them. But I made this business compulsory for them. They have passion for it because it's something they grow up with.
It's a family thing. So my mom do, my grandmom, I was born into it. So after schooling, the challenges in the economy, have to come back into the business.
Different countries go through challenges. Our motherland, Nigeria, sure has her fair share of those. In these trying times, the Adire makers and producers are also affected by several challenges.
The challenges that we are facing presently is the material we are using. You see, they are not producing the material, the cloths in Nigeria now. Most of the industries that produce it, like Gaspia Textile, United Textile, Arewa Textile, they are fold up. So the white material that we are using now, the brocade, is from China. And you see the dollar is moving up. So it's made the price to cost now. Before, when they are producing it in Nigeria, we do buy it like 100,000 per bill. Even it was 55 before. It's jumped to 100,000. Now it's 600,000 per bill. So it's very expensive presently. Then secondly, the dye that we are using is not made in Nigeria. It's an imported also. So the price has risen up. Even the common candle that we are using is now expensive. It's not made in Nigeria. They are imported. We call it paraffin wax. So with the price now that moves up, it affects the production. You see, when we produce it finish, the price will rise up. There are some we are selling before 880, 880. It's now like 15,000, 20,000. So those are the problems we face now.
Now, this is a call to action for the government to go ahead and invest in infrastructure, because quite sure these companies that produce the white cloth used for adire making would not fold up if the right infrastructures were put in place. Now, this is your sign to go local, buy local, and stay global. Visit any shop, or you can take that trip down to Abeokuta and shop for some adire products. To be part of this podcast, send an email to customercare@businessday.ng with the title Go Local Podcast, and we will be there to answer all your questions. Don't forget to follow us on all social media platforms at BusinessDayNG.
Later this evening, Donald Trump will deliver a joint address to Congress, the first in his second term. Being someone who speaks his mind in an intensely divided context and who appears in a hurry to execute with razor focus before midterms, it will be a closely watched address and should be interesting if you're not easily offended by the lack of humility. Hello, welcome to Global Business Insights, where we look deeper at the main business stories. Today in this episode, we continue to look at some of the February global economic data coming in and what we are learning. But first, some of the main headlines. Stocks retreated yesterday, extending February's sell-off after additional tariffs were confirmed, dashing hopes of a last-minute deal. According to Trump, reciprocal tariffs will start on April 2, but very importantly, 25% tariffs on Canada and on Mexico will start today. All three major indexes which traded higher earlier in the session closed down. The S&P 500 posted the biggest loss since December. Also late yesterday, oil prices fell to a 12-week low on reports that OPEC Plus will proceed with the planned oil output increase in April, and worries concerning U.S. tariffs hurting global economic growth and oil demand also impacted prices. Pfizer CEO Albert Bourla said yesterday that it might move overseas manufacturing to its existing plants in the United States if required. The comments come as drug makers brace for higher tariffs on pharmaceutical imports. Bourla said at the TD Cowen Healthcare Conference that companies with an existing manufacturing network like Pfizer in the US will be able to cope better with new tariff hikes as they're able to transfer more production to the country. Taiwan's semiconductor manufacturing has announced a $100 billion investment to bolster chip manufacturing over the next 4 years in the US. TSMC, which supplies semiconductors to the likes of Nvidia and Apple for artificial intelligence applications, pledged its support to efforts to make the US an artificial intelligence hub. Last month, a multi-billion-dollar infrastructure project with Oracle, OpenAI, and SoftBank was also announced. So far, over $1 trillion in major tech investments have been announced since the new administration pushed for more in-country investment. As a new reality dawns, Europe is gearing for huge additional spend on defense as the US wallet looks about to be zipped. The stocks of European defense companies soared yesterday. The Stocks Europe Total Market Aerospace and Defense Index had surged almost 8% on course for its biggest one-day jump in about 5 years. The index had already risen more than 30% so far this year. Rheinmetall, for example, closed the day up 13.71%. An initial euphoria in digital asset markets from plans for a US strategic crypto reserve turned to skepticism, triggering early losses in cryptocurrencies. Losses also worsened throughout the day as investors awaited the confirmation on 25% tariffs on Mexico and Canada, which came later in the day. Welcome back. In the US, the chatter on recession has been revived again by observers who see hiking tariffs as an own goal. To be clear, analysts have been mumbling about recession for almost a year, as the then Treasury Secretary Yellen kept assuring that none was in sight. But this time the noise is louder. Indeed, the Atlanta Fed's GDP Now tool projects GDP fell by 2.8% in the first 3 months of 2025, down from an earlier forecast of a 1.5% decline. But considering policy shifts at play with different timing and diverging effects, Jerome Powell, I believe, is right to say we simply don't have any clarity yet how a combination of higher tariffs on imports and the kinds of retaliation scenario we're going to see, capital investment inflows, cutting fat in governance, and tax cuts all within a year will affect the economy. All this as the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation is also reported to be planning to roll back a Biden-era policy that ramped up the scrutiny of large bank mergers to boost more capital inflows and efficiency, and so many other initiatives going on. Whatever we are seeing now in the data must, to a large extent, still be debris from a previous administration. US markets are spooked by the uncertainty and at best cautiously optimistic, with sentiment already very jittery before the tariff issue came up. Tomorrow, Wednesday, thousands of delegates will gather in Beijing for the annual meeting of China's National People's Congress, at which we may also hear more on how much fiscal stimulus the government plans to provide this year to help the economy and dispel deflation. Manufacturing PMI, that's for China, February yesterday, rose more than expected to 50.8 from January's 50.1. Back to the US, the picture still mixed at best on the data front. The ISM manufacturing PMI showed that business activity in February remained steady at 50.3, down from the previous 50.9 and below estimates of 50.5. The poll also suggests that declines in subcomponents of the PMI was fueled by President Trump's tariff threats on imported goods, tariffs again. But the S&P Global US Manufacturing PMI rose to 52.7, also in February, better than expected, and January's 51.2. The reading also signaled the second consecutive month of expansion in the sector and the strongest growth since June 2022. At the end of 2024, we had a divergence with a weak Europe and more robust growth in the US. In the first quarter, the European economy seems to be slowly coming back, helped by slowing inflation, while the US seems to be plateauing somewhat, nervous on what a new administration could mean amid what many are already calling policy missteps. On the data, yesterday we got EU manufacturing still lingering in recession, but still a two-year high, signaling early stages of recovery. Flash Eurozone inflation numbers for February also provided some relief, easing slightly for the first time in 5 months. Inflation fell to 2.4% from 2.5% in January. This new trend should be enough for the European Central Bank to cut interest rates by 25 basis points when it meets later in the week. Still on PMIs, this time in South Africa, the manufacturing sector remained under pressure, with the ABSA Purchasing Managers Index declining slightly by 0.6 points to 44.7, marking the fourth consecutive month of contraction and confirming that the sector has yet to shake off the weak momentum seen at the end of 2024. Persistent cost pressures, fragile global trade, and local logistical challenges all continue to be headwinds. Back to the US and their address later today. Apart from the controversy on the wisdom of tariffs, another issue is around the Department of Government Efficiency and its methods. I thought I could share a few thoughts, having been directly involved in many similar rationalization exercises. It is important to build in time to get buy-in as much as possible, avoiding the shock therapy or chainsaw methods we are seeing playing out in the US public sector. But I must add, it is so much easier to churn out reports and studies showing opportunities to eliminate waste than to implement the simplest of cuts that are necessary, even more difficult in a public sector setting where fat has amassed from decades of pandering to many side agendas. Almost every leader I know has announced that they will eliminate waste and enhance efficiency. Still, less than 5% actually are able to do so, simply because it's easier said than done. Musk, as an outsider, comes in with an advantage, I must say, with little political capital to lose, no salary, no political ambition, only his chainsaw and the many eager beavers diving into the data. With an unstructured approach, there will be more mistakes, but Musk says they expect this and will do their best to manage the damage. The opposition will not be as accommodative, and rightly so, and they are closely resisting and scrutinizing all the claims being made. Is Musk right to say the public sector is overdue for an audit to cut out huge waste pipes draining resources? Yes. And is Elizabeth Warren right to say Elon Musk does not care about efficiency and wants a government that is so lean that the rich get a free pass with lighter regulation? Maybe to some extent that could also be true. The motives can be noble, but the process needs to be right and not resulting in a demolition of important checks and balances and institutions. It remains a good thing that a process like this is well scrutinized very closely. The good thing is that this is also a time-limited exercise. At the end of it, Musk could be more isolated as number one villain, or he could be a hero. Still, Musk is also the man helping the US to bring back astronauts marooned in space, another space to watch. Now to other business headlines and looking at what else is moving the major international markets. ShopRite Holdings, South Africa's biggest supermarket retailer, reported a 9.9% rise in half-year earnings as customers stocked up on food during the festive season. Group sales grew by 9.6% to $6.91 billion as the retailer's core business, Supermarket South Africa, achieved sales growth of 10.4%. Saudi Arabia's state energy giant Aramco posted in the financial year 2024 net profit of $106.2 billion, which was 13% lower year-on-year due to the impact of lower oil prices and volume sales of crude oil. Its dividend was also cut from $124 billion to $85 billion, a blow to the Saudi budget. According to data from the British Retail Consortium, annual UK food inflation rose to 2.1% in February, up from 1.6% in January, marking the first time it has gone above 2% since September 2024. Asia Pacific stocks were mostly lower, somewhat mixed, led by Japanese stocks, which fell 1.2% as at close, as US tariffs on Mexico and Canada became effective. Already, we are seeing retaliatory actions. Canada has vowed 25% tariffs on $150 billion worth of US imports, while China also announced 10 to 15% tariffs on US agricultural imports, also targeting US firms with retaliatory action. Trump had doubled the levy on Chinese imports to 20%, claiming Beijing is not doing enough to stop the flow of fentanyl into the US. Beyond tariffs, markets are also watching the latest US jobs data. Bureau of Labor Statistics survey on Friday is expected to show the US added 160,000 jobs in February, a jump from 143,000. An upside surprise will help the Federal Reserve case to pause easing for longer as it watches the impact of higher tariffs on inflation. US futures were, however, in positive territory in the morning, and the US move to pause all military aid to Ukraine is also expected to boost European defense stocks, which were already spiking up yesterday. Well, that's all we can take on this episode of Global Business Insights. Thanks for watching. This is Bode Oshosami. Bye-bye.
You are watching Business Day Television.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business, in Nigeria. Start your day with Business Day.
Business Day is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, Business Day has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At Business Day, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Hello and welcome. This is Business Day TV. I am Kemi Michael. Now, stop motion has been an age-old form of animation, and in Nigeria, it has been very unpopular. And I know you're wondering what stop motion animation is. Well, wonder no more. I have Esther Kemi Badamosi, CEO of Radio City, right here with me.
All right.
Thank
you very much. Yeah,
welcome.
Good afternoon. Thank you. God help me now. Help your boy now. I did try now. Because this also no be pure water.
So tell me, what is stop motion animation?
Stop motion animation is the movement of physical objects, in time. That's unlike 2D and 3D, that's done in the digital space, on your PC. Stop motion is done physically. That means you move a physical object, but you move it frame by frame, in the space of time. So in practical, you take your camera and then you take one shot at a time, So if you have to move your hands from here to here, you just move it in bits, and then, take this and take the shot, take this and take the shot and take the shot. And then the eyes, the illusion of movement just occurs when you put all the frames together. So it has a sequence. The sequence of frames causes there to be movement. So you do this, in creating a story, obviously you have lots of movements. And so, that's all that you put together. So you have lots of shots, to make up scenes and then, of course, to make up a film.
That sounds really exhausting.
Well, yeah.
But why did you choose stop motion? I mean, you could have used, as you said, the 2D and 3D tools on the internet right now. Why not use those? Why stop motion?
I'm not sure I found stop motion. I think stop motion found me.
Okay.
I used to be a 3D animator. I was a 3D animator for about 8 years. Then I got married, had kids, and then I couldn't cope with 3D anymore. And then, at the point where I was really trying to figure out what I needed to do, I started, posing their toys, the children's toys. And, I had this Spider-Man that I would, have the Spider-Man poses kind of thing. And because I liked the poses so much, I'll take a picture of it, and then I'll do another one, then take a picture of it, that kind of thing. And, when I put the sequences together, there was interesting movements. And after that, I worked on short sequences, basketball sequences, all of that. And they were quite interesting, until 2019. This was 10 years ago, this year, and 2019, I decided, okay, let's work on something, just something very short, about a minute long. It was just some sort of mannequin we used. And we just told this story, simple story of the past situation in Nigeria. When we were done, we submitted it to festivals, and here was different festivals, all over the world. And we're like, whoa, it was just about a minute, and that was it. It was like, we can do something better than this, let's do something else. And so that's how we made 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 films so far, like that. So it's essentially stop motion finding me. I'm not sure I found it, because at the point I started it, I didn't even know what the name was, but it seemed like something I could use to express myself. I could tell my stories. I had done documentaries in the past, so I wasn't new to filmmaking. I had made short films. I'd won awards doing documentaries. So we're doing it on a sort of big scale. But then, this was animation, which was something that was really dear to me. It was kind of like a side thing. I think it was a side thing till COVID. COVID was what made it become up and center for me. It's suddenly becoming something that was way beyond, our local space, and going international, has been something that has come some sort of a surprise. But then, yes, I love the process. So yeah.
I see that you were made fellow at the Berlin Ale.
Yes,
Please tell us more about that.
Oh, okay. Last year, well, for the first time, Berlinale, what they do is every year, being one of the biggest festivals in the world. After Sundance, Cannes, you have sort of like Berlinale, and they pick 200 filmmakers every year. So for the past 22 years, they have picked 200. And so usually you have maybe 1, 2 Nigerians, sometimes 3, that filmmakers that are, very high profile ones, that they pick. But last year, for the first time in animation, they picked me, as a Berlinale talent. So I was in Berlin last year, and it was sort of like out of this world experience, for someone who was even for Berlinale, it's a film festival, a film festival that has almost 500,000 registered, attendance. So it's huge, so even for them, animation is a little bit not their usual thing, but, having to bring in someone from animation, I really needed to find my feet there. Among the talents, I think we were just probably around 5 of us, that were from animation. And so we really just had to find ways to connect, and which was fantastic, for all the other things as well. And so what that did was it gave me the opportunity to be able to apply last year, towards the end of last year, for fellowship. Now, what happens is that of the 10,000, there are about 10,000 talents now, because it's been over 22 years of picking 200 people. So they have the opportunity to apply for fellowship. You understand? It's a partnership between Berlinale, Talent, and MasterCard. So now, if you have a project that you want to push, you just needed to apply for it, and they picked only 2 people. So it was crazy that, so I applied. I'm not sure I was thinking they would pick, but as far as I was concerned, they can only pick if you apply. If you don't, your chances are zero, and so I applied. I was really shocked, in January when I saw congratulations. You have been said. I was like, did they pick many people? Because that was my first thought. Maybe they picked many people this time. Only to find out that we're just two that they picked. It was very humbling experience. Because it took things to another level completely. For someone in stop motion, completely unknown field, in Nigeria, even internationally. There's a fight for us to be able to have space. When Pinocchio won Best Animation last year, it was a big deal for us, considering there's a stop motion animated film, and so it's everything we get. It's huge. And so when Benali gave us that, focus front and center, it's that was all that was in my head, that look, this is a big deal for us.
Kind of is.
Yes, it is. It is a big deal because, it gave us the opportunity to have conversations, with lots of people that were really interested in seeing Africa, because stop motion is also not so big in Africa, seeing Africa develop in this light. Because to be honest with you, I think that stop motion is the perfect medium for us in Africa. Why do I think so? Because we don't have too much equipment, and all of that tech thing. Stop motion doesn't require so much. You don't need to have a high-end PC to do stop motion. All you need to do is to have that creative ability. You need to be artistic, you need to be able to sculpt, because at some point we started making our puppets. We didn't have to use the objects we were using at first. I think we did that in our first 3 films. By the time we got to the 4th one, we made our puppets from scratch. So virtually everything you see was made, artistically like that. And so, for us, us having that opportunity, I think it will open the eyes of a lot of young people that probably maybe went to Yaba Tech. You understand? They can draw, they can paint. You understand? Stop motion is just the movement of what they are doing. You're already, just moving it. It requires a lot of patience, but patience is free. You understand? It's not something that you need 500k to buy patience. You understand? It's just something you really need to sort of discipline yourself to do, and somehow that's really essentially what we've done. You just need to be patient with it, bit by bit. And as we make each film is better than the previous one because our skills are improving.
Practice makes perfect.
Yeah, and then of course with more exposure, having the opportunities to go to different festivals, different studios. I've been to some of the biggest studios, worldwide for stop motion animation. It's just because it's a field that we're not too many. You understand? So quite a bit of opportunities, also in that light. And so it's something really exciting for us, and we actually look forward to pushing it even more.
Now, speaking about being unpopular, I'm talking about stop motion being unpopular here in Nigeria and Africa at large. How exactly did it feel when you started, seeing as you did not have anybody to show you the ropes in doing it?
Okay, well, in the beginning it didn't make sense. I think that was our first goal. It didn't make sense to people around us. It didn't make sense to, friends or whoever it is that saw that that's what we did. So in the beginning, it almost felt embarrassing sometimes. When you're dealing with objects and just trying to move them around, and people not understanding what exactly this is, and all. Yes, so we experienced a lot of difficulty. You could imagine that we had zero support. But I think that seeing that, I knew that if we could make it make sense, we'd have an opportunity. I knew that I didn't have all the skills at the time when I started, so there was no way I could instantly prove that it was a viable means of making films. Not that animation is film, So people needed to see the film capacity in it, and it was going to take a while for us to be able to do that. From first film to second to third, I think when we won our first Best Animation Award, it clicked to people that You understand? This stuff might actually be making sense. And then we got a nominations in Afrif, AMA, all of the major festivals, in Africa and all. So it was okay. Wow. Okay, yes. So this might make sense actually. So it's being able to, we've been to all of the major labs, DLA, DFM, CTIAF, when Nigeria was going to MIFA, that's 2 years ago now, and that's the biggest animation festival in the world. And we wanted to pick our project one, overall. So it's just been, so it's been a journey of trying to also prove, that this is viable, and so, yeah, we did keep our expectations low, and I think that helped, us to be patient enough to just ensure that we just continue to work. It was hard. It was always hard to have resources to be able to make the films, but we tried to find a lot of things that were available locally, things we could find. Yes, there's some things we couldn't do without importing, but they weren't the very expensive stuff. We just tried to make it was more like use what you have to get what you want. If we knew we couldn't do something big, so we just do the small bit of it, just to ensure that we show up. That kind of thing, instead of just complaining that we don't have support, we don't have this, we don't have. When people see what you have already done, you understand, it speaks louder than when you complain about what your situation is. And I think that essentially has been, what it was, from that time where, it didn't make sense to now that it's making a bit more sense.
Okay, now I understand that a lot of people do not know about this, and if you've seen as you've gone through a lot of challenges to get here, would you advise people to get into it?
I would gladly do. I feel that we're just scratching the surface right now. It's this huge opportunity, not just in stop motion, in animation. Animation also is still small here. Yeah. And statistics, global research has shown that in the next few years, this might be the biggest, this part might produce the biggest animations in the world, say in about 20-30 years. So you can imagine the process there. Nollywood has not become what it is in one day. It took a few years for us to go to cinema and then want to watch Nollywood films. At first, we would all go and watch Avengers, that kind of thing, or Black Panther. And then now, you would go there and you would happily watch Nollywood films. So it was that journey. And that's essentially the journey animation is going through now. We may say that it's not the most viable, but this is what our children watch at home. You understand? And all of that. So naturally, it will grow. And the world knows that. And everybody's sort of like trending towards Africa. Disney just produced their first African set of films to show that, yeah, Africa does need to be represented on the global stage with our stories. So everything is kind of like trending towards Africa. So right now, positioning is key.
Yeah, we have to tell our own stories ourselves.
If we don't tell our stories ourselves, they will tell it for us. Naturally, that's what will happen. So people need to, artists, people that already have this flair, need to position themselves now. And it may not look very favorable. It may not look, because, you don't have all the attraction and nobody's shouting your name or your work or anything like that. You really have to sow the seeds, and I think it's a good time to come in, before the highlights come, so that you'd be in a good position to be, people will say, oh, okay, yeah, we want to give an opportunity to a studio. We want to give an opportunity to people to be able to produce, African stories and all of that. And then, they're not going to go to somebody's house and go and say, okay, yeah, we figured out that you might be the person. No, you need to be there already, and I think I'd gladly, because I hear people say a lot that stop motion it's hard, it's difficult and all of that, but it is possible. It is possible. I never really had that thought about it being difficult. I was always so excited, to be able to work on a project, and because I knew that, and I didn't need so much to start, I just, as I get funds, I put in, from other things I do. But then the whole idea is that I start with the aim of finishing. You know, sometimes it takes a long time. I remember a particular one of the films I worked on, you know, because most of that film was me. I animated the entire thing from beginning to the end. And I remember that while working, you know, I had a group of people that were supposed to work with me throughout the film. And after a while, they kind of got frustrated. It was taking too long. It was a really short film. You said, but we did it in 7 weeks, just production. You know, every day. I remember that I would be there first thing in the morning and out there till late in the evening, you know, animating. Some days that are really good, I probably have maybe like 2 seconds, you know, or 3 seconds of animation that worked. And the days that are bad, I have 0, because while I was animating, the character fell. You know, and then I have to start all over again, you know, that kind of thing, because, you know, once the shift movement is a lot, I can't find that spot anymore. So if to make sure that the quality is good, I have to start all over again, that kind of thing. So yes, it was there, you know, but then when I think about it now, you know, with the benefit of hindsight, I see that it was worth it. For you to start, it's not heavy on costs. You know, I think it will really be a good opportunity, particularly people that already have the natural talent. Yeah.
All right, that's beautiful. Now, what are you doing towards helping the stop motion animation industry when it comes to bringing up people to learn it?
That's probably, you know, the biggest thing that we're doing right now, because the truth is that for us to move to the next level, there definitely needs to be a lot more people involved in stop motion. We obviously not stopping with short films. We want to do series for children. You know, we want to have more children content, you know, in stop motion. Stop motion is perfect for preschoolers. Most of our preschoolers watch, you know, content from the US, from the UK and all of that. You know, you don't have too many African stories, you know, there. And so we want to be able to do that. We also want to work on a feature film at least, you know. And so we figured out that we need more hands. It can't just be us, you know, all of us, you know, being self-taught and so we figured out that we needed to work on a school. And that's the Radio City Stop Motion Animation Academy, just for stop motion. And so we would be bringing global experts, people from, you know, some of the bigger studios that have done really successful stop motion animated films to come and teach, you know, our local talents, which we have quite a bit. You know, that's one of the things that makes me so excited. The fact that we have people that when I see their talent, I'm like, you know, my own talent is learning work here. You know, this is raw. This person was born with it. The person doesn't have exposure to the skill, you know, to the training, professional training that can actually harness that talent to be able to do this stuff. And so what we want to do is to bring global experts to talents, you know, and with that, we'd have the opportunity to be able to make more films because there are more hands, you know, that kind of thing. And we can be part of something historic, you know, in that sense. Because for us to be able to produce a good, high quality, you know, very good story as well, you know, animated film, you know, from Africa, stop motion animated film, you know, that would be something.
All right.
Yeah.
Now, I understand that there are different types of stop motion animation.
Yes.
Because while growing up, at least I was exposed to little of it, but I didn't know that was the name then. There was the one with puppets. There was the one where we had to mold with clay and then move the pieces around. We didn't know it was stop motion, but we just knew we're acting drama, more like. So what type do you use? Is it all of it? What type do you teach as well?
Well, the type I use, you know, most now would be puppetry. You know, that's molding the puppets, you know, creating them using silicone and aluminium. You know, so we use aluminium for the core, that's the bones, because it's a dead metal, and then we use silicone. It's very flexible. You know, we cast it over it. So we start with clay to create the original mold. We're trying to sort of transit to 3D printing, you know, but yes, once we create that and we have the silicone on top, you know, it becomes animatable. So we use puppets. Now we are exploring other mediums like wood, you know, and paper, but at the moment, puppetry.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Lego is a stop animation.
Yeah. Yes, it's also a medium at which stop motion animation is made. Yes, I there was a point I did consider using Lego, but it was at that point. This is way back now. Says maybe some 8 years ago or something. It was very expensive for me to invest in Lego. Yes, till now I still have quite a bit of Lego, but it wasn't enough to start what I wanted to do and all of that. So yeah, so the Lego thing died there. And then also there was also the fact that I wanted something original. I didn't feel that Legos quite represented
the African story.
Yeah. Exactly. I think that just explains it. It didn't quite. I need something that was really organic. I'm excited when we want to make a film and we go out into the bush and we're trying to find jungle elements that are in very small scale. There was a point we were looking for very dry grass because we're trying to create, the northern, we're trying to do something on terrorism and all of that. So we wanted to create that northern landscape, like that. And so we knew that the grasses were very dry, but it was very hard to find here. So before we found some really dry grass, it took a while, but we found it somewhere. The people there were wondering why we were using scissors to carefully, this is, we're carefully cutting it so that we retained the integrity of the grass and the formation and all of that. And they were wondering because the way we were cutting it looked like something of value. So they now came and they were like, no, we'll pay. Okay, we said no problem. They should come and if we are going to pay for it, then they should help us cut it. Yes, they were not ready to do that. So they just left us because obviously it was useless to them, but then it didn't cost us anything to get that grass. Perhaps just our time and the effort because it took us quite a number of hours to cut it bit by bit, but it was very good grass. Till today we are really proud. This is some years back, of that grass that we got like that. So it's essentially getting those elements that represent us, and we also had this thatched roof we wanted to do, and so we had to get hay for the like village huts kind of thing, and of course to get clay for the hut, all of that. Those are our own things. It's not really like Lego.
Yeah, not at all. Lego is like plastic.
Lego is plastic,
Yeah.
So those are the things that. So we want to continue to explore that and push those very organic things that represent who we are and our culture. Over and above. Trying to just find things that look good. Like that, but don't quite represent, because eventually it's cultural. It's us pushing our stories. Pushing who we are. Not just to us, because sometimes we may not fully appreciate who we are because we see it all the time. But to a more international audience, it's also interesting for us. It was interesting for us to see that, we could get, or we had international interest, much more than we did have local.
National, yes, true. What has the acceptance of stop motion animation in Nigeria been like?
Okay, well, it started really slowly. It's in the beginning, particularly in the very first festivals locally that we screened our short films. It was them trying to figure out what kind of animation is this and all, and yeah, at the end of the film is really about the story. It's not necessarily about the medium, and so it's. I believe very strongly that, as we perfect the art, because so far so good, we've been more at festivals, we've not been, we've had quite a number of screenings. Last year we had quite a number of invitations in Lagos to screen, at different events for our films. And yes, the reception, lest I jump that, the reception was good. It's a very hopeful impression you get that wants to make you do more, that kind of thing. But I see it's more in a futuristic thing, that as we perfect the art in itself, because we are still in that process, we're not there yet, as we perfect the art in itself, and we have the opportunities to be able to tell even better stories, people would love it. Because stop motion, and Africa, I think it's a match made already. That kind of thing. It's just for us to be able to come full circle with our discovery, of it, that kind of thing. So yeah, I'm very sure of that. The fact that it's, as long as we are unrelenting, yes, the reception would definitely pick up. Yeah, significantly.
All right, thank you very, very much. I think we have come to the end of the interview. Thank you so much for coming, ma'am.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for watching. I just finished speaking with Esther Kemi Badamosi, CEO of Radio City. Don't forget to follow Business Day on all social media platforms. And of course, like, share, and subscribe.
This is the Business Day television broadcast.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Someone like me, they say Jakpa and Jakpada. I say let people Jakpa because guess what? They will Jakpada. When I left here over 30-something years ago, I left here very sad and I thought I was running away. Because I was just a young doctor, I didn't see any hope. Well, after doing everything I did, I've practiced medicine over 25, 26 years in private practice. I've gotten involved in all kinds of businesses in the United States. Guess where I am? Saglev is an electric vehicle manufacturer. We're actually a U.S. company. Our principals actually manufacture vehicles in the U.S., but the Saglev Electromobility Nigeria Limited is our Nigerian subsidiary, just like we have a subsidiary in Ghana, Cote d'Ivoire, and then soon in South Africa. All of these countries will have their own assembly plants. That's the plan, where we assemble in every of this market. Already, we've been testing vehicles in Nigeria and Ghana. We've been collecting data from rideshare drivers, fleet drivers. We've been literally paying drivers to submit their data to us. How much do you make? How much gas do you buy? We are tracking their vehicles, seeing the distance. So the research and data collection part has been going on probably a year and a half. Same thing in Ghana. At this point, developing an assembly plant in Nigeria. There is also an assembly plant in development for Accra, Ghana. It's going to be in Tema. The other activity, to fully answer your question, is we are already training and recruiting electric vehicle technicians. So that is going on. As a matter of fact, we just hired 16 or 18 of them. They are getting ready to start their online training, then they will go to classroom, and then they will go to practical training. So that's where we are in summary. Challenges, interestingly, because Nigeria is a country that has, so to speak, experienced a lot of trauma relating to electricity. You find out that the average Nigerian person all through the first question is power, right? But that has not been our experience, and we can talk more about that. So power could be a challenge, but power is very much a perceived problem. The other challenges we've had is that this is just a new product. 90% of what our company does is to actually educate people, because so many people don't even understand that they are perfect electric vehicle customers. So that is there. This is a novel product. So some of the other challenges are just, again, the charging network. Even though we are an automotive manufacturer, we have to reluctantly get involved in developing charging. It's just like being Peugeot or any automotive manufacturer, and all of a sudden you find yourself developing gas stations. Foreign exchange rate, we find ourselves in a challenging economic condition. But the way I like to tell people is that SAGLEV is actually a solution to that. So the fact that we understand that we bring in factors that actually help you to maneuver, around the economy is very encouraging to us. So, the challenges are there, but those are some of the main challenges. The data is surprisingly encouraging because that is why you actually go somewhere and you collect the data. You can't just sit back and say, oh, this is what I think the data is. But the data is very surprisingly interesting. I want to tell you, when we first started talking about coming to West Africa, while gasoline was 180, 140 at some point a liter here, Naira, gasoline was 850 Naira a liter in Ghana, same in Cote d'Ivoire. So for you to sell an electric vehicle in Nigeria, it was not economically really viable. You can't make the economic case easily. But that has changed. A gallon is what, 600, 617 now? So the story is different. And all of a sudden, and that actually led us to understanding that we have to fast track our plans. A rideshare driver that uses the smallest available vehicle on the road is spending 9,000 Naira a day on petrol. If you are saying a Toyota Corolla, Toyota Camry, Honda Accord, now you are looking at anywhere 17, 18, 19, 20,000 Naira. Now, if your car is even older, then you're spending more because an older vehicle, an older motor burns more gasoline. Now, that is compared to an electric vehicle, which that smallest vehicle, some of the examples I will show you here today, it costs for 300 kilometers of distance, it costs less than 3,000 Naira to charge it. That is such a big. What we've also found from the data is just the cost of ownership of an electric vehicle. It's not what people think it is, because the average electric vehicle will cost you 50 to 60% less in maintenance cost if you just take the first 4 years of the vehicle, talk less of down the line. An internal combustion engine vehicle will keep costing you more. An electric vehicle has much less moving parts. There's no transmission, there's no kickstarter, there's no crankshaft, there's no oil, there's no moving parts. It's just a battery and a transmission. Surprisingly interesting. We've always thought that this would be possible. I've driven electric vehicles in the US since 2013. I drove one of the first Teslas ever manufactured. And I've always wondered, why is it that in Africa, in Nigeria, we don't drive more EVs? But a lot of it is education. So that's why I say we have to educate people. What we think is impossible is actually possible. Now, what the data tells you is a little bit scary, because what it tells you is that between 50 to 70% of Nigerians are actually potential electric vehicle customers. Listen, SAGLEV wants other people to manufacture electric vehicles in Nigeria. So it's not if you are able to invest in EV manufacturing, we don't mind you coming on board and saying, hey, listen, I want to do this. This is a country of 200 million. Listen, SAGLEV is not going to satisfy that market. I can assure you of that. We just want to make sure that people get the benefits of electric vehicles. And it's not just in personal vehicles, all the way to last mile transportation, all the way to even trucking, public transportation, Uber, because you want to attack the highest offender, which is public and mass transportation.
Top 5 countries where Nigerians can study abroad without English test. Before recent changes, international students aiming to study in top institutions in the USA, UK, Canada, and Australia needed English proficiency test scores like IELTS, TOEFL, or PTE for admission and visas. Here are 5 countries where Nigerians can study abroad without English tests. Number 1, Germany. Germany's education system offers affordable tuition fees. Nigerians interested in studying there often ask if they need an IELTS test. The good news is, many German universities now accept students without IELTS. They require a proof of English proficiency through specific documents for admission and visa applications. Number 2, Norway. Norwegian higher education offers top academics and teaching methods. It includes all accredited institutions and programs. English is widely spoken in universities, and Nigerian students can study in Norway without IELTS with the Senior School Certificate from 1988. Number 3, France. Studying in France is a dream for Nigerian students due to its high-quality education. France is a top global destination for studying abroad, but language tests like IELTS or TOEFL can be a challenge for many international students. Number 4, Austria. Many Austrian universities offer alternatives for the IELTS for English proficiency, such as interviews or previous education in English. Nigerians with a strong WAEC or NECO English results can benefit from these options for studying in Austria. Number 5, Singapore. Singapore's diverse population creates a culturally rich environment. It's welcoming for those from different backgrounds to study or work. Singapore offers quality education, career opportunities, modern infrastructure, and affordable education costs, making it a top choice for international students. Nigerian students can study in Singapore without needing an IELTS score for university admission. To read on these and more, visit www.businessday.ng. Follow us on all social media platforms at BusinessDayNG. Business Day, news you can trust.
afternoon and welcome to the BDTV News at noon. I am Norma Obona. First, let's see what's making the headlines. UNIZIC speaks on 550 million contract scandal allegations. Federal government, NNPCL, work out 7.7 trillion naira fuel subsidy debt payment. Flood, federal government, Borno government flags of reconstruction. U.S. financial withdrawal to hurt Ukraine in coming months, analyst says. The census confirms contract renewal interest with Madrid. We begin the news in Nigeria, where the management of the Nnamdi Azikiwe University, Awka, has refuted reports that the institution was involved in a contract scandal. An online newspaper on Sunday, February 2nd, reported that UNIZIC allegedly awarded a contract of 550 million naira from the construction of the university's perimeter fencing twice to different companies in violation of the procurement laws. In the letter dated 19 February 2025, the company accused the university of breaching the contract terms and illegally terminating the contract. However, reenacting in a statement on Monday, the UNIZIC spokesperson, Lois Ngelita, denied the allegations and described them as false and malicious. Moving on, the federal government's indebtedness to the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited (NNPCL) as exchange rate differential for the importation of premium motor spirits rose to 7.74 trillion in September 2024. This was revealed in a presentation by the National Oil Company to the Federation Account Allocation Committee at its February meeting in Abuja. The increase, however, follows implementation of the full deregulation of the downstream oil sector. The FAAC document also revealed that the government is working out measures to settle the 7.74 trillion fuel subsidy debt within a period of 210 days. To end the local news, the federal government has flagged off the reconstruction and upgrade of the Alao Dam in Maiduguri, which collapsed and flooded the Maiduguri and its environs last September. The Saturday ceremony held in Maiduguri comes months after the dam flooded 70% of the capital Maiduguri environs, destroying houses, killing many, and displaced communities. The Minister of Water Resources and Sanitation lauded President Tinubu for approving 80 billion naira for the project, expected to be completed in the expected time. He noted till it will be upgraded to supply portable water, support irrigation farming, and boost socio-economic activities in the community. Meanwhile, the governor of Borno State, Professor Babagana Zulum, expressed delight and optimism that the project will boost agricultural productivity and create jobs and boost food security. He assured of his support to ensure the project is completed within the stipulated time frame. Let's take a look.
And I was also able to deduce that the first phase of the project will commence immediately, while the second phase, which is the sifting, will commence at a later date around October. But I want to appeal to the Honorable Minister, where feasible, to look into the possibility of commencing the two projects concurrently, especially the disrupting of some of the critical portions of the waterways because of the importance of the safety to this project. To the people of Borno State, I say, this is your project. This is your future. We are building a Borno State that is resilient, prosperous, and secure. We are building a Borno State that our children and grandchildren will be proud to call home.
It is an evident fact that the reconstruction and upgrades of Alao Dam will specifically enhance the provision of potable drinking water, support downstream irrigation, boost socio-economic activities, enable food control, flood control, while facilitating other viable socio-economic activities capable of ravaging the populace livelihoods and economic development.
On the foreign scene, global affairs analyst Collins Nweke has revealed that the withdrawal of the U.S. financial aid to Ukraine amid war with Russia may have a negative effect in coming months. He disclosed this during his appearance on Business Day television, BDTV, on Tuesday, 4th February 2025. President Trump paused the military aid to Ukraine following his clash with the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky last week. According to him, the war-ravaged country may not see the pain of the financial withdrawal immediately because of the already piled-up ammunition, but will definitely regret it in a few months if nothing is done. To end the news, Vinicius Jr. has confirmed that he is ready to sign a new Real Madrid contract, revealing that he is not interested in a Saudi Pro League move. The winger has been the #1 target for Saudi Pro League clubs, who were reportedly ready to submit an outrageous bid to convince the player to move to the Middle East. According to reports, the Saudi officials were reportedly offering the Brazilian €1 billion in wages over 5 years, which would make him the highest paid footballer in the world. He revealed that his goal is to stay in Santiago Bernabeu and win many more trophies with the Spanish giants. Those were the top headlines on BDTV News at noon. Stay tuned for more updates.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
This is the Business Day television broadcast.
As sporting activities across the world continue to retain their popularity, there seems to be one sport which happens to be even an exception, and that is golf. With 828 golf courses across the continent of Africa, with a low entry and exit barrier and huge benefits for health, golfing is that sport. I was curious today and I decided to visit the Ikoyi Club in Lagos, Nigeria, and it happens to be one of the world's busiest golf courses. And I wanted to see what it's like in the world of golfing over here. Come with me.
My name is Fatumata Sifona Kopen, and I do a lot of things. And most especially today, I'm playing golf, and I'm the lady captain for the Ikoyi Club golf subsection, the lady section. This is our driving range here at Ikoyi Club, and first, you have to come here. If you want to play golf and you want to learn how to play golf, you have to come here. And how do you come here is first, by getting a pro like Monday here, who Pro Monday has been playing for a while, but just turned, well, not just 4 years. 4 years. 4 years playing as a pro, and he's really good. He has a mean game. So you will meet, a pro like Pro Monday, and his job is to help you understand the game. You see us hitting balls. You don't know how we hit that ball. You think it's easy. But it's not. It's a tactic. It's a technique. It's a specific way you need to hold your club. and the positioning and everything. So he comes in and he'll help you understand all of those things before you can even hit the ball, right? And it'll take you many, many hits to really get it. But gradually you will start to play. The Open is coming up pretty quickly, and so we want a lot of attention around ladies and what golf can do for your health and your well-being as a whole. So let me swing a few.
Yes.
So like he was saying to you, your swing. So the idea is to make sure you get a good, swing. And as golfers, we pick up bad habits, so don't follow me. Yeah. Wow. So you don't know how you pick them up, but you do. You just get comfortable in some bad habits.
Tell us more about the Ikoyi Club Ladies section. What are the initiatives that you have? What are some of the things that you do on a regular basis?
For our ladies subcommittee, this year we came up with the theme Chop Life. And it's
Interesting.
Very interesting. But it's mainly because we wanted to just kind of bring a lighter spirit, Sometimes we do it on the things that are not happening and not see the things that are. So we really wanted to bring a lighter spirit, more joyfulness to the game. Times are hard and everybody's struggling, but it's always good to have an oasis that you can go to. I call this place my Disney World. I come in, I park my car, no matter what issues I might be having, I leave it at the door and come play nice, 18-hole or not, but it's fun. And it gives you a therapeutic, day. You're in the fresh air, reading well, playing, have good company, and just fellowshipping and enjoying God's grace. So we started with that, and then we also put something that is quite different, which is about the community. And our goal this year, the subcommittee goal this year, is to include as many parts of our ecosystem in Ikoyi Club golf section as possible. So from the bag boys to the security, to the course workers, to the caddies. And this year, caddies is our theme. So our program is around caddies. How can we educate them? How can we uplift them? How can we make them more inclusive in the community? We've been able to do different seminars with them. We've been able to get sponsorship to do a lot of different educational programs and also support their personal education, giving them scholarship, paying school fees. If the caddies are too old to take advantage of the education part, we offer it to their next in kin, so their children can take that opportunity. So we've been able to do that. And we've been really excited because we've had such great output of generosity. Thanks to our partner and our sponsor, our custodian investment insurance. They've just given us an amazing package to cover all of our caddies, all of our bags boys and pros with 5 years of good life insurance. Also, so we're very excited by that. We're also working with Avon HMO to also give us health check for the caddies to make sure that they're well and fit to be able to work with their players. So very, very excited about that. We also have our Junior Golf Academy, which my vice, Peggy Owen, is responsible for. And she has done a phenomenal job in getting our junior golf program from just twice a year to all year round. So that's an excitement that is around the community. And then we did for the first time this year, our Veterans Invitational. So our veterans and our super veterans were able to play, and we had a fantastic time in April with them. It's something we've never done before in the Ikoyi Club. So that was something that the ladies came up with, and it's been fantastic. And now we're rolling in to our Open also. So we're excited about that.
Excited.
Yes. So the Open is coming up in November the 13th through the 15th, 3 days of growth tournament. And it's from 0 to 28 handicappers. Ladies from all around the world are welcome to play, and we're really encouraging all of our ladies to participate. We have limited space, of course, so the first come, first serve, and the The quicker you get in, the better. We're also going to have our sponsors and men guests play with us on the third day. And those slots are also limited, but we're encouraging them to really register early and get in. And thanks to all of our sponsors, we got Delta Airlines, that is like our carrier, and they've been with us the whole year. So they're giving the winner a premium ticket, round-trip ticket to the U.S.
Oh, wow.
We also have packages like going to Marrakesh. We have another package for Lockaway, golf and country club. We have so many different gifts from different parts. We have partners that are coming, like BusinessDay and so forth. So we're very excited about what we're doing this year, and most especially in getting the awareness out for more ladies to join playing golf, because it's such an amazing sport. And you can play until you're like 90-something years old.
And you've been playing for how long now? 17?
I've been playing about 17 years.
Awesome. At what age is it open for a young person to start playing golf?
Start playing at 5. At 5 years old.
Wow.
Start playing. I mean, we've got, if you come around on Mondays and Saturdays and you see our little, on Fridays, and you see the little kids coming with their little backpacks on and the little golf kit carrying, they're this high, and very exciting to see. And we have some really good players in the junior academy now, and they also play around Nigeria. So recently, we had some of our kids in IDD playing their children's tournament. And there's one coming up in Ikeja. I'm sure our kids will be participating as well. So we're very excited about the Junior Academy.
Exciting. And then you said something about Tuesdays. What happens on Tuesdays? What's so special about Tuesdays for the ladies?
So Tuesday is about the ladies. Tuesday morning is the ladies' morning. So we get to spend time together. The course is open only to us in the morning from about 6:30 in the morning to about 10 o'clock. And the ladies come out, and we're about 60 or more, and we enjoy ourselves. We play amazing golf. We have good fun. We then, of course, proceed to hole 19, as we call it, the clubhouse, to just kind of socialize. Today was a nice day. We had a couple of our veterans players celebrating birthdays. So we got to eat, some delicacy from
awesome
and cake and akara, and just. It's a fun atmosphere, and it brings a lot of joy, to see how much we look forward to a Tuesday on the golf course with each other. So
it's just social, chill, the fresh air, all of that.
Yep.
What is the requirement for someone who might want to join the ladies golf section? I believe there should be some requirement, or is it free for everyone? Is it free for all?
No, it's a members only club. So obviously you have to be a member of the Clay Club and the golf section. You also have to have a handicap. Yeah, so you have to have a handicap.
Just to cut you short for a bit, for someone who is watching and is wondering what's an handicap, what is that in golf?
So a handicap is what you get as an amateur golfer. So typically, a course for a lady may be 72 to gross out. So if you're playing as an amateur, they kind of give you a discount, because they know that you can't do, if the hole is a par 4, chances are you probably won't do a par 4. You won't do full shots to get in the hole.
Yeah.
So they try to give you a little bit of kind of cushion. So every hole you would get a discount, if you will, on that hole. So that determines, and as you get better in your game, that discount goes away. So if you start, say, with a handicap 36 as a lady, and you start to play really well, you would find that every time you're able to play better, your handicap will go lower. So on most sports, the win, you get higher scores. In golf, it's the opposite. You get lower scores. So for me, my handicap is now lower. So I have, of course, my discounts out. It's very limited. So if I'm playing someone in a net competition, I really have to play well to win. But if it's a growth competition, yeah, I'll probably win. Because if you start to get into that single handicap category, it's much, much harder, because you have to focus, you have to really pay attention to your game, and you don't get the discounts that, those large handicaps you get. So we're playing a growth. That's what I said. The Open is a growth competition. 3 days, growth competition from 0 to 28 handicap.
0 to 28 handicaps. Awesome. So what's the structure of the ladies golf section?
We have a subcommittee. So I am the captain of the ladies section, subsection. I'm elected. As a vice captain, I was elected. Now I'm the captain. My vice was elected. The treasurer is elected. And the secretary is elected. But everyone else is a volunteer, appointed volunteer. Of course, we're all volunteers. So we don't get paid for any of this. We actually paid to play the game. It brings such joy to know that you're impacting your community and you're giving back to your community and you're leaving a little bit of something better than when you came. So that's how we do it.
Awesome. And support for young female golfers, anyone in place?
We do have a lot of support from the ladies individually. And sometimes if we have requests, we definitely, as a group, we'll put together, like when the lady pros were going to do the exams, wanting to become pros, we were definitely instrumental in supporting them financially to making that happen. So today we have about 17 pros around Nigeria, ladies. Yeah, I'm so excited. Excited. And actually, one of the great things about what we're trying to do is that we're going to have the lady pros play with us this year for the first time.
Nice.
The first two in November, yes.
Interesting. And any challenges you face? Obviously, everything that has its good side must certainly have its own cons. So what are some of the challenges that you experience?
Change is difficult. So anything that is new will definitely meet resistance. So it's actually an opportunity more so than a challenge for me. It's an opportunity to do something better. And, and God is good. What the chances are that he will make me the person that he wants to use to make that change. So I'm grateful. I'm grateful I have the opportunity. I'm grateful that I can do what I can do and make the change I can make. Just playing a leisure game, nobody's paying you, but you're making your little positive impact. And then hopefully that grows from there because, light dispense anyhow, any little, it definitely gets rid of darkness. So we're just trying to be a little light in the dark that just kind of get rid of the darkness. So Chub Life theme is just that. Trying to make sure that everybody enjoy life.
The theme for this year, Chub Life.
Chub Life. Actually, that's a song by Flavor.
Yeah.
It's called Chub Life. And my husband and I were driving, going to Lockaway. We're listening to this song, and I was like, this is my jam right here. This jam is my jam. So that's where the Chub Life came.
So, and you were on your way to Lockaway. I know that's Lockaway Golf.
Yes.
So you spoke about your husband also being a golfer.
Yes.
Did you meet on the game?
No, we did not. And again, thanks be to God, both of us are in technology. And so we met in the technology field. And ever since then, we realized that we have so many things in common. So I love golf, he loves golf. Love technology, I love technology. So most of everything we kind of do together. That's a blessing.
Awesome.
And by the way, one of the reasons why we need more with me playing, because we have so many men that play golf and they would love to have the wives playing with them golf. And so we're really encouraging all of our ladies to come in. And when the kids are gone, what else do? You hang out with your husband playing golf and traveling playing golf as well. And golf takes you to some amazing places as well. So yeah, it's a beautiful thing. And I wish more and more ladies would take it.
Speaking of more women joining, what are some, notable successes from notable women in the ladies golf section that you might want to share with us?
Oh man, there are many. We have some amazing past lady captains. First of all, I wouldn't be able to do most of what I'm doing without their knowledge, their support. They've just been phenomenal. They've stepped in, directing, telling you what has happened, what has worked, what hasn't. It's a very rich, amazing culture in golf because the lady captains, past lady captains, they share their experience. Not only do they share the experience with you, they work with you to make sure that things are happening. So yeah, there's so many I can't even start to tell you which one to start talking about.
So what does it take to become a member of the ladies golf section. Just register and you're good to go. So what do you think? I mean, golfing in Africa is quite interesting. We have 828 golf courses. My research showed that. But what do you think, as someone who plays golf, what do you think is the outlook for golfing in Africa? Do you think it's looking good? Do you think people are embracing it? Do you think there's still a lot of work to be done? I think it's looking good. I mean, South Africa, East Africa, they all about, golf is there. North Africa, Morocco, it's amazing the golf courses they have. So we are embracing golf. I guess the sub-Saharan, but more especially West Africa, we haven't really sunk our teeth in it. So it's more work to do here, but I think it's definitely catching on. And most especially Southern Africa, oh my goodness, they have beautiful courses. Kenya, Rwanda has a beautiful course right now, Tanzania. So it's really catching on. So it's looking up. It's looking up. It's looking up. Yes, it's looking up. I mean, 10 or 20 years ago, we didn't have Lackaway. Now we have Lackaway. We didn't have Smoky Hill. We didn't have, Ibom. So it's coming. It's coming. There's a lot of vibe around it. And for you mentioned Lackaway, we didn't have Lackaway and now it's catching on. So what is the biggest or the biggest golf course currently in Nigeria or Lagos, so to speak? I've played a few, but Lackaway is quite impressive. Lackaway Lakes is quite impressive. Yeah. In terms of the course, but Ikoyi is the busiest golf course, if I dare to say, in the world. Oh yes, this course, it's busy every day except for Mondays. But even on Mondays, the caddies play. So Ikoyi Club is really busy. Well, and then you dare to say even the world. That's quite impressive. Yes. Wow. So what's the future looking like for the ladies golf section? I pray that we get our solid pros going on tour. Ladies pros, that's my prayer, is that we will have some solid lady pros coming out of Ikoyi Club, going on tour international. Yes. That's simple. Yes. Simple as that. Yes. Just ladies going on tour. Awesome. Thank you so much. But before I go, if you wanted to tell a woman why you should play golf, what would you be saying to her? If you're talking to me now, I would say to you, and it depends on the woman. So if you have children, you have husband, you have this, it depends. But in general, you deserve it. Take some time out. 4 hours, 5 hours a week on a golf course is worth it. Clears your mind, it's good for your body, your soul, your spiritualness. You're in God's presence, all in nature. It's okay to have that time. There's nothing wrong with it. And as you get older, you will appreciate it even more. So you're getting better with age. Why not get better with golf? That's an interesting way to look at it. Okay. We'll take that. We'll take that. Thank you very much to Mrs. Koka Fatumata LC for spending our time with us today, speaking about the importance of golf and what the Ikoyi ladies golf section is doing. Very interesting conversation. I've learned a lot, been in the presence of nature, and it's been such a beautiful time. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, ma'am. Welcome. Thank you. All right then.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Good afternoon and welcome to Tech Trends on BDTV. I am Boluwatife Omotayo. Today on the show, we're doing things a little bit differently because we have a guest. We have a guest who would come talk to us about access to credit for Nigerian businesses, entrepreneurs, and startups alike. We have today Oluseye Sheton, who is the co-founder and chief growth officer at Vendor Credit. And Vendor Credit is a supply chain fintech and fulfillment partner on a mission to deliver holistic, seamless, and embedded scalable supply chain solutions. Hello, Oluseye. It's a pleasure to have you here today.
Thank you for having me, Tifa.
Okay, thank you so much for joining us today. Now, so we don't waste so much of our time, let's get right into it, right?
Sure.
Good. So, how would you describe the current state of Nigeria's tech ecosystem?
Well, I mean, the Nigerian tech ecosystem is still on a growth trajectory. I think we're just basically coming out of a funding winter, which kind of spanned over the last 2 years. I think in terms of investments that came in, 2023, I think was about $389 million. And there was a slight increase of just a little over $400 million in 2024. I think the last 2 years were also, in terms of mortality rate of fintechs, was probably the highest, with a lot of fintechs going under. And that's obviously as is consequence of the funding winter that they had experienced, and obviously lack of product and market fit. And some also went down because of the challenging and harsh macroeconomic conditions that we faced over the last 2 years in Nigeria. But there were still some bright spots. I think MoneyPoint was a fintech that achieved unicorn status. And there was a lot of consolidation and acquisition in the space as well, where bigger and more stronger and well-funded fintechs were able to acquire those that were not able to meet their day-to-day obligations. But if we're just going to summarize all of it together, I think it was a challenging year. It separated the boys from the men, those that had value in the market from those that didn't have value in the market. And I think the ecosystem would only grow stronger if you're able to make it between 2023 and 2024 as a fintech, then there's some level of validation into the solution you're offering in the market.
Thank you so much, Oluseyi. I really liked what you said about fintechs who have stuff will be the ones who would survive the coming years. Thank you so much for that. Now let's get right into the major conversation for today, access to credit. Now, access to credit has been one of the most challenging issues for businesses, founders, entrepreneurs in Nigeria today. Now, what barriers do you see that are preventing small businesses from securing financing?
Well, there are a lot of barriers. Okay. I think the first one is the fact that the risk of the small businesses is not adequately captured. And that's obviously because there's little information, right? Or little transferable information that capital providers can use to be able to build the risk profile of the small business. And the reality is that the information is out there because these businesses do transactions on a day-to-day basis. But the challenge is that the information is not centralized. It's fragmented. It's spread across different facets and data points. So the challenge would obviously be being able to aggregate that data together in one place, use all that data to be able to form a risk opinion or a risk picture or profile of the small business. And once they're able to do that, they can now determine how to mitigate each of the risks that they identify, right? And then off the back of that, if you've been able to identify and mitigate sufficient risk, then you're in a position to now make funding available to fund, the opportunities that those small businesses are going for. So there's that challenge on one side. There's also the issue of because for me that's the core problem. Every other thing now turns out to be a symptom. So in trying to determine, the processing time that they take in trying to, give them credit is also a function of the fact that they don't know what it is that they're supposed to be looking for, right? The complex terms and conditions is also a function of the fact that, they don't have a clear picture of the risk that they're taking on those small businesses. So I think there are a lot of symptoms, but the core of it for me is the fact that we're unable to profile risk appropriately because we're looking at either traditional data to be able to build that risk profile.
Thank you so much, Oluseyi. So I think, as you've said, it's from the inability to profile these startups appropriately. Now, I'd like to ask, what is your startup vendor credit doing to bridge this gap? How are you doing things differently to be able to bridge the gap of credit in Nigeria?
All right, great. So I think the first thing we're doing is gather information on the SMEs, whether it's from the traditional sources like bank statements primarily, right? and also looking at alternate data as well, in terms of maybe things as simple as what platforms you're selling on, what your return history is like on those platforms, your mobile phone usage, and a couple of other data sources that exist out there, right, to be able to build an appropriate profile. All right, so the first one obviously is be able to use traditional and non-traditional data to be able to capture the risk on each SME and be able to build a proper risk profile for them. What we're doing next, obviously, is we're also trying to identify those risks, be able to mitigate against those risks. Thirdly, we're changing the model in which businesses access capital. The traditional method is you always have to go to the capital provider, right, to be able to access capital from them, and basically you submit to their terms and conditions. And what we are doing at Vendor Credit is marketplacing it out, such that at the end of the day, there's information available to both parties, right, on the capital provider and the terms in which the capital provider will be providing funds for them. And on the same side as well, the capital provider has a clear risk profile of the vendor that he wants to fund. And both parties now have a variety of choices in which they can pick from. So what we're doing ultimately is reinventing the lending experience, right? Or the capital access experience in such a way that it's fair to both the capital provider as well as the SME that is intending to access capital. And that's what we're doing differently at Vendor Credit.
Okay, thank you so much for that. Now, I have a question to follow up for that, but let me just give you this data to serve as background. Now, according to the FCCPC, there are 380 digital lenders in Nigeria today. Now, first of all, what is driving this growth? Also, what has the uptake been at Vendor Credit?
Well, to answer what's driving the growth, there's a huge funding gap, right? In supply chain funding alone, IFC estimates that there's over $6.6 billion worth of funding required, right? That's just in supply chain financing. I think if you look at the statistics of credit penetration in Nigeria, I think the figures are about 9 out of 10 people that go and ask for loans get rejected. So the question is, where do the other 9 go? And that's the gap that the 380 plus fintech lenders are trying to fill. So if that opportunity clearly exists, and I'm sure if you throw in another 300 in, the markets will be able to accommodate that demand. And for the second question on, what I think the question was on differentiating, correct?
On the uptake at Vendor Credit.
Oh, so on the uptake at Vendor Credit, it's been phenomenal. We've grown in multiples year in, year out, and year on year. And this is obviously on the back of the fact that, within the space we've chosen to focus in, which is supply chain finance, right? The opportunities is expected to grow at about 8.4 compound annual growth rates. And that was as a 6.6 billion as at 2022 when the survey was done by IFC. So on our side, off the back of the value proposition we're rendering and offering, as well as the seamless experience we're providing for our customers and would-be lenders, we've seen uptake go up significantly. And it will interest you to know that on the non-performing loan side, which is one of the biggest challenges that the industry faces, we are well below 5% when it comes to NPLs in an industry which is rumored to have an NPL of over 40%. So I think what the market has done for us in Vendor Credit is be able to validate the process as well as the innovation that we're bringing and value that we're bringing into the marketplace.
Okay, thank you so much. Now, I think we should move on to something about financial inclusion. Now, I know you've said that most times businesses are cut off from credit funding because of the assessment criteria, right? Their profiles are assessed and these assessments may not be suitable for each startup. but startup of business. So, but what can you tell us? What effect can this have on financial inclusion?
I mean, financial inclusion is, I mean, there are two levels to look at it from, right? There's the fact that we have, I think last number I saw was over 70 or 60 million BVN users, right? That are within the system. Now, the challenge is, out of the 60 million, if you ask what percentage of them are actively using their accounts, you realize it's a very, very small percentage. So which means that even those that are financially included, right, there are a lot of them that still remains, a large chunk of them are underserved, right? True. So what we are trying to resolve at Vendor Credit, obviously, is start from the point where we're trying to serve those that are currently underserved, because in a way, they are also financially excluded. They are registered, but they are not counted, if you understand what I mean. So what we're trying to do is to deepen the level of financial services that are consumed by even the ones that are, considered in quotes to be financially included, right? Okay. And from there, we would now see how we can tackle that. And there are other opportunities where we can now start looking at the other people that are currently out of the financial brackets. Now, for the guys outside the financial brackets that are, completely termed as financially unincluded, right? I believe the way technology has to go, right, is that you need to be able to provide them with solutions at the level of technology that they have access to.
True.
We take it for granted that in Lagos, for those of us that are in the major cities, Lagos, Abuja, Port Harcourt, and the rest of them, 5G is given. But there are parts of the country where they don't even have 1G, talk less of 5G, right? There are parts of the country where WhatsApp is a luxury. They need to do distance before you can access those kind of things. Matter of fact, there are even parts of the country where access to cellular data is a challenge. So we need to reinvent or rethink around. Innovation is not only driven by technology. We need to think about innovative ways in which we can ensure that these guys also have access to the financial tools that they need to also grow and thrive.
Thank you so much for that. Now, let's talk a little bit different from credits, payment, and all of that. We know artificial intelligence has been co-opted into sectors. Different sectors now use AI. Now, beyond being an AI startup, you can also co-opt AI into your operations at your organization. Now, tell us, how has Vendor Credit been able to co-opt artificial intelligence into the work you do, bridging the credit gap?
Oh, yeah. When I mentioned earlier, first of all, that's a great question. When I mentioned earlier that, in trying to access data points, to be able to build the customer profile, right? We're using AI tools to be able to extract data, scout for data, right? And bring it in to be able to assist in building the credit profile for the customers that we have. We use AI tools as well to be able to analyze that data and fit it into the algorithm that we've created, right? Which enables us to create a score that we now share with the capital providers. And then we also use AI tools to continue to learn, right, on the data that has been provided and fine-tune on our algorithm and scoring processes, such that at the end of the day, the algorithm itself is not static, but is more reflective of the volume of data that it continues to get. So that at every point in time, we're having a clearer and clearer picture of, the SMEs that are requiring funding, as well as clearer picture of even the investors, right, that are looking to fund the SMEs. We're also using AI to match. So when you have a SME that has a particular risk profile based on the ratings that we give to them, we are able to match them with the appetite of the investors so that they don't spend time looking at transactions that don't fit within what their risk appetite typically is. And we're using basic ones like even chatbots on our website just to ensure that customers are able to engage and learn more and more about the services that we render at Vendor Credit.
All right, thank you so much. Now let's go a little more personal. Now, you've been deeply invested in Nigeria's business ecosystem. what is your long-term vision for Africa's digital economy, and how do you see your startup vendor credits contributing to this future?
I mean, so we all know the future is digital.
Definitely.
And you can't, going at current trajectory we're going at, we know that, anyone who chooses to look away or put their hand in the sand does so at their own peril. So having said that, the future of Africa is digital. Africa still has the youngest population in the world, and the bulk of activities that are going to be happening around the world is going to be domiciled within the continent. And so if you're looking at it from that perspective, strongly Africa will become the digital epicenter or the digital utility market, utilization market of the world going forward. Now, when you look at it from that perspective, things like everything it is that we typically do today, financial services such as lending, payments, investments, all those kind of insurance, health care, all those things are going to move to digital platforms, and that's the direction of the future. So what vendor credit is doing is looking 10 years ahead and telling ourselves that who are the businesses or where are the platforms, right, that have the potential to transform Africa within this 10-year time frame, and trying to identify them very early, trying to see what needs it is that they're facing now, what problems it is that they're hoping to solve going forward, and looking at how we can partner with them, right, bring in our seamless, embedded, and scalable and innovative solutions, right, to be able to assist or to partner with them towards achieving the goals of transforming Africa. And that's what we're doing at Vendor Credit.
All right, thank you so much. Now, finally, just because of our time, what tech solutions do you think will make the most impact in 2025? I mean, what solutions do you think businesses, entrepreneurs, startups, even individuals would have the most use of in this year?
Well, 2025 is a very short time frame, right? I'm sure people will say AI, but I don't think in terms of, especially when it comes to data in Nigeria, AI is probably going to be more longer term than short term. But the solutions that I feel would be a game changer is more along the lines of infrastructure as against software. So in terms of being able to ensure, there's a policy that the Ministry of Technology and ICT primarily is putting out around broadband access. So I think the most impactful innovation right now, or the most impactful move that needs to be made is expanding access to broadband by creating infrastructure that allows many more people, especially guys that don't have access to the luxuries that we enjoy in places like Lagos, right, be able to have access to it. Farmers in far areas like Otangwa and Yahia and all these other places that they don't have access, right, to internet services. I believe that infrastructure provision is a key thing that needs to be provided on that front. And then I see on our own side at Vendor Credit, we believe strongly that embedded finance is also going to be something that is going to be critical, because it's going to change the current approach in which people access credits. And it's also going to ride off the back of broadband infrastructure and access.
Thank you so much, Olusheye. It's been an absolute pleasure having this conversation with you. And I believe that beyond, even at Vendor Credit and beyond, I believe that we can work together to close this credit gap, because at the end of the day, these businesses would form the lifeline in the coming years. So it's important to give them access to credit to enable them to scale at different levels that they wish to. Thank you so much, Olusheye. It's been an absolute pleasure talking to you. Bye for now. All right.
Thank you, Tifa.
It's been a good time speaking about access to credit, and I believe that the solutions that were provided will be taken into cognizance by all. And I also expect that in the coming months, in the coming years, we see that the credit gap is reducing largely, and startups and businesses are able to take advantage of the tools, the developments that are coming into the credit ecosystem. It's been an absolute pleasure hosting Tech Trends on Business Day Television today. I remain Boluwatife Omotayo. Thank you.
You are watching Business Day Television.